We'll resume the Stream 5 hearing. We're now at day 2. Ms. Sweetman, you have the floor. I should say that, having talked to my colleagues, I think that what we would like to do is for you to give us your run-through of how this is supposed to work. And then we might hear from your expert witnesses. And so in the same way as for Mr. McDonnell yesterday, so we understand the technical basis underlying your planning evidence before we ask you questions about the latter.
Certainly, Chair.
So as I say, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. So I'll take you through a bit of a framework understanding of how the Future Urban Zone chapter works. I expect Mr. Fountain to join us in the room hopefully shortly. Is Mr. Riemann available yet? No. Thank you.
Yeah, that might be your best endeavours that we'll hear from the witnesses if they're actually available to be heard, but we'll see.
They're certainly aware.
We'll play that by ear.
They're aware that they are required to be here. They are specifically addressing matters relating to the Judgeford Flat Zone rather than the zone as a whole. Anyway. So I have some speaking notes which I'll just run through and then move to supplementary after that. So the Future Urban Zone is a culmination of work undertaken by the Council over the last 14 years. This commenced with the development of the Porirua Development Framework in 2008, the subsequent Pauatunui Judgeford Structure Plan in 2012, the Northern Growth Area Structure Plan in 2014, and the Porirua Growth Strategy 2048, which was released in 2019. The Future Urban Zone is proposed to apply to identified growth areas in the Porirua Growth Strategy. So that growth strategy is a strategy that was produced under the Local Government Act and was appropriately consulted on and adopted by the Council. The Future Urban Zone is also one of the District Plan's responses to Section 31 of the RMA and Policy 2 of the NPS-UD, which requires the Council to ensure that it has provided sufficient land for housing and business for the next 30 years, so short, medium and long term. Council's approach to growth is addressed through the overarching Section 32 evaluation report and has also been addressed in Hearing Stream 1 through the Part A overarching report. And you'll hear a lot more about growth and how the residential and commercial zones accommodate that through future hearing streams, and certainly after the variation has been notified and hearing and submissions being heard. The overall intent of the Future Urban Zone is to allow existing activities to occur and allow new rural use and development to occur as long as it does not compromise the potential future urban development of these areas. It is in large effect a holding zone, which will stay largely the same for the foreseeable future until such time as Council initiates a plan change or variation, or a landowner initiates a private plan change to rezone the land. Once rezoned, relevant necessary resource consents would be required in order for development to occur. In terms of the mechanics, and Commissioner McMahon asked questions about this yesterday, Future Urban Zone Policy 1 sets out how areas for future urban development have been identified as Future Urban Zone within the PDP, and it also sets out how any new areas would be identified and includes a range of criteria. So as I said before, in short, FUZ P1 Clause 1 recognises areas identified for future urban development in Council's 2019 growth strategy. Clause 2 of the same policy sets out the relevant criteria for identifying new areas for future urban development. These are purposefully broader than that contained in Clause 1 to include infrastructure and transport. The reason for this difference with Clause 1 is that these two aspects were addressed as part of their identification in the growth strategy. So in particular, in those instances, there was engagement with Waka Kotahi, there was engagement with Wellington Water, Greater Wellington, in terms of the provision of those services. And those have also been recognised through Council's infrastructure strategy. Policy 2 then sets out the process for land to be rezoned from future urban zone for urban development to occur. This requires a structure plan to be prepared and rezoning of the land as a development area. So a development area is a specific zone provided for in the National Planning Standards to guide areas of effectively greenfield. Appendix 11 sets out the guidelines for structure plans, including requirements around the provision of reports. The growth strategy identified areas for predominantly residential development and for industrial development, both to meet identified demands for growth. These areas are articulated through Objective 1 and Policy 3. Policies 4 and 6 provide the framework for interim use and development in the future urban zone. This is largely consistent with the framework of the general rural zone. One of the key focuses of the zone as a whole is avoiding the establishment of land uses and the fragmentation of land through subdivision that may compromise future urban development. Did you have any questions?
Mr. McMahon?
Thank you, Ms. Sweetman. That's really valuable. Could we have a copy of your speaking notes too? That I'm endeavoured to make as many handwritten notes as I can, but I'm not sure I captured everything. It was really good to understand the longevity of this study going back, or this work going back to 2008, I think you said, with the Porirua Development Framework. Yes.
That's correct.
Was that produced under the Local Government Act also? And tested?
That was a long time ago. Yeah. I'll need to have a look and I can report back on my right to reply
Yes.
on that. I believe it was.
Yeah.
I remember it being developed.
Yes.
I'll have a look back.
I'll be honest and say that I won't be keeping a list of items. I'll be relying on you and just others to do that. And then the next cab off the rank that you referred to was the Northern Growth Area Structure Plan, I think I wrote down.
That's right.
2014. And did that cover all of the areas that are, well, I guess my question is, did both of those first two documents cover the entirety of the area that's covered by the fuzz in the notified plan?
Commissioner, I think you missed the Tahanui Judgeford Structure Plan in 2012.
I was coming to that in a minute.
But in terms of the question, because I think the answer is no, because it doesn't include Judgeford. So as I interrupted you, keep going. If you're aware of that, then I've broken your train of thought. So if you could roll on.
Yeah, so that was the 2012 Pahatunui Judgeford Structure Plan.
Yes, so that covered the Pahatunui Judgeford area, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And the northern growth area structure plan was the northern growth
Yes.
area part. And I can, if
Okay.
it's, I can make sure that you are provided copies of those, or at least links to those documents.
Okay, so we could consider those two structure plans as being a subset of the development framework, is it?
Well, they were a consequence of the
Yes.
development framework.
Yes.
So the development framework was reasonably high level, blobby,
Yes.
and the two structure plans were a lot more focused development areas.
Yes.
So I'm just recalling back, I don't believe that Judgeford Hills was part of that, but Judgeford Hills was part of a separate private plan change, which resulted in the Judgeford Hills zone in the operative plan.
Okay.
So that went through a separate planning exercise.
And what was that zone, that Judgeford Hill?
That was what it was called, the Judgeford
Yeah.
Hills zone. So it was a largely rural residential type of zone, allowing for some cluster development to occur in particular areas with a lower density than rural residential. And that was to respond to the topography of the site.
Yes.
Which, as I understand, you visited on Sunday.
Yes, we did. Okay. Do you happen to know spatially whether the boundaries of the Judgeford Hill zone correspond to the boundaries of the Judgeford Hills fuzz?
They generally do correspond to that, and I can provide an overlay which shows those two together.
That would be useful. Just on that, while we're talking about it, so what was the date of the, that was a plan change initiated by the council?
No, it was a private plan
Private
change.
plan change? Okay.
Again, I remember it going through. I think it was around the 10s. I'll be able to easily find it out for you.
Yes. But presumably it was post the structure plan.
Oh, 2008.
Oh, really?
My memory's failing me.
Okay. It's difficult to see from the road on Sunday to the extent to which that zone's sort of being implemented and given effect. Not considerably by the looks of things. Is that your?
No developments occurred on it, primarily due to access reasons.
Yes.
So you heard from Mr. McDonnell yesterday about issues in terms of the roads already, and it's certainly, in terms of Judgeford Hills, the intent of the landowner to see if they can obtain access from Transmission Gully.
Yes, we saw that potential linkage.
But there's quite a bit of water to go into the bridge for that to occur.
Yes, understand. Yes, because the alternative access is, I think it's from Brady's or Brady's Road.
Brady's, potentially Belmont.
Belmont, yes. Okay. Just going through the other documents, obviously the growth strategy in 2019, which has become a pivotal document and underpinned the Section 32 and obviously the notification of the fuzz boundaries. But around the same time, the draft Wellington Regional Council framework and the infrastructure strategy from the council. Dealing with the Wellington Regional Framework, it was later, 2021, I think.
That's correct.
I haven't come across that document before. And is it still a draft?
That's a good question. I was going to look that up to see if it was still in draft form. It's final now. It's final now.
Right. And presumably, does it cover?
Okay, can you just repeat that? It is final?
It is final now, and I'll make sure that you're provided with a link to the document, and it does include the future urban zone areas in it.
Does it include Silverwood?
No.
How far north does that document, does it go up to Horowhenua?
Yes, that's right. It includes Horowhenua, even
Okay.
though they're not part of the Wellington region.
Yes, okay. What was the key purpose of that framework document produced by the region? Was it to inform subsequent documents like the RPS and subsequent district plan reviews, and how does it fit within the statutory test that is it a document that we have to have regard to? Is it another matter in terms of Section 74?
Was it consulted on under the LGA? Yes, it was consulted on under the Local Government Act. The growth framework is to some degree discussed in the Section 32.
Yeah.
I can provide a bit more information around it and its objectives and the like. It is work that's being undertaken between the councils and government, so it extends much wider than the Resource Management Act in terms of what it's looking at. So growth is just one aspect of it, and the intent is that a lot of projects will fall out of it.
Yes.
So Waka Kotahi is part of that, as is Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, obviously as key parties to that. All of the councils in the region are involved in participating in that, as is Horowhenua District Council. As I said, also involved are iwi in the region.
Yes, okay. That's a good picture. So
in my view, it is a matter that you can have regard to in terms of the development of the
can or are required to.
May have regard to.
Okay, so from that I'm taking it, it's a reasonably broad document. It has multi-purposes. It's not just RMA based. It might become the basis for identifying infrastructure requirements, other consultative requirements.
So, yes, sorry, Commissioner, carry on.
Yes, but it significantly it came after it was finalised or produced after the growth strategy produced by the council.
That's right.
So what was the date on that? Well, the Wellington Region Growth Strategy?
July 2021. Oh, so
Hadn't that started like some time ago? I mean, a very long time ago.
go for
Sort
it.
of 2004
We're
or something,
involved.
from memory.
Morning, Commissioners. No, I had some involvement in the development of the Wellington Regional Growth Framework. It was finalised last year, July 2021, and it also involved the establishment of the Wellington Regional Leadership Committee, which is a group of politicians with local and central government politicians with a chair. The framework, from memory, was under development for, I'd say, 18 to 24 months before July 2021. It was developed as part of the government's urban growth agenda, so they have been working their way around the country with collections of councils and central government agencies to develop these growth frameworks to help focus central and local government investment. It is not a future development strategy under the NPS UD, so it doesn't have any status as a formal under the RMA, but the document itself says it is a precursor to a future development strategy under the NPS UD.
Okay. I just wanted to move just onto the growth strategy itself, Ms. Sweetman. 2019 forecast out to 2048.
That's right, sir.
Yes. And again, same questions. Produced, was it presumably produced to give effect to the NPS UDC at the time?
To the NPS UDC, just a more wider awareness within the council of the need to strategically plan for growth.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot changing in terms of the opening of Transmission Gully
Yes.
and future proofing for that.
Yes. And consulted on widely?
It was consulted on through the district and had hearings, submissions. So it did go through the Local Government Act procedures.
Yes. So there was for want of a better term, a notified proposed version and then a final version following.
And engagement prior to the
Of course.
the notification, of course.
Okay. Okay, that was all the questions on the key documents. I was going to move on to Appendix 1 matters, if that was okay with you. Was there any?
Can I suggest that we hold that thought until we've heard the technical witnesses? Sure. Because I think that that's then getting into the guts of Ms. Sweetman's 42A report.
Okay.
Is there any other questions, Commissioners, on these preliminary run-through? One point of clarification, Ms. Sweetman.
Yes.
It's dawned on me that you appear to be proceeding on the basis that we won't be hearing the council case on Silverwood today. Is that right?
That's correct. I believe that's what you have issued a direction on.
The Commissioner's just said that was his understanding as well.
I'm happy to be asked questions. Well, apart from my witnesses are not available because it was my understanding that Silverwood was going to be heard later.
Well, I suppose maybe I wasn't clear enough. I think that so rather than risk us, because we've set 2 days aside in July for Silverwood, and we have no idea how much technical evidence Silverwood is going to produce, but judging from their submission, it might be quite substantial. If you're comfortable addressing it, my thought is that we should ask any questions we might have now, in effect, of you about Silverwood. That will necessarily be subject to whatever your witnesses say when they give evidence. But I'm thinking about the implications of Silverwood for the broader provisions, not so much for the decisions we make on Silverwood, but what that might mean for the provisions as a whole. So the question for you is: are you comfortable for us to give a preliminary to test out on the basis that on the 5th of July, we would hear your technical witnesses, and then we would hear from you again, both any additional questions the panel might have and anything flowing out of the Silverwood, your technical witnesses, and indeed anything you may think, having had the opportunity to review Silverwood's evidence. Like it would be, I think I just want to save some time on the 5th rather than...
I'm happy to answer questions on Silverwood today, but as you've said, Chair, without having seen their
Yes.
evidence and not having the benefit of my expert witnesses
Yes,
with me.
As I say, I'm more interested in the implications of Silverwood for the broader provisions. That's what that's the direction I would like to focus on, but accepting that anything you say you have the ability to reconsider in the light of Silverwood's evidence and what your own witnesses say when we ask them questions. Are you
Yes, that's fine, sir. Yes.
All right. In that case, we should hear from the witnesses who are available. Speaking of the, oh no, somebody looked in the door. I thought that was optimistic.
They saw me and left.
Yeah, well, you're truly terrifying, Commissioner, I have to say.
So we have, I'm probably going to pronounce the surname incorrectly, Mr. Riemann.
Yep, that's right.
Fantastic.
And my first name is Ayub. Yeah.
Yes. So Mr. Riemann has provided expert geotechnical evidence in respect to the moonshine fault, in particular, in respect of Judgeford Flat.
So, Mr. Riemann, we've read your evidence. Is there anything you want to say to highlight anything to us before we ask you some questions?
No, I'm happy with it as read.
Well, in that case, Commissioner McMahon, anything from you? No? I have one question for Mr. Riemann. In paragraph 15 of your evidence, you talk about normal structures, which intrigued me. What is a normal structure?
Yeah, that's interesting question. I'm just going to that one. Yeah. Yeah, so normal structures are mainly the lightweight structure. If you think about residential houses, these are part of normal structures. And it say that normal structures are structures who are not into the other categories, so it's easier to define them by what they are not. So anything that need to have a crowd into it, a large number of
Can you say that more clearly? I missed that one. Just repeat that. Any structures that what?
So it's easier to define the normal structures by saying what is not a normal structure.
Yep.
Yeah. So structures that have a large occupancy in them, and structures that have post-disaster functionality, all of these are not normal structures. While normal structures could be the typical residential houses, residential apartments, etc. So that's the kind of definition.
So, Mr. Riemann, but if this is Judgeford Flats, I understand, and the officers can correct me here, that this is going to be primarily an industrial area. So if we're not talking houses and that sort of thing, if we're talking industrial activities going in there, then are they normal
Or
buildings or
abnormal
not,
buildings.
or abnormal buildings? Yes, whatever.
Yeah, so most of the industrial are more into the normal buildings category. It's more about life safety of human beings. We're more worried about structures that could have large number of people into them, and also that could affect the life of the community.
Thank you.
Any other questions from you, Commissioner?
Sorry, Mr. Riemann, I wasn't expecting you to appear so early, so I was just trying to find my notes. Thank you, Mr. Sinclair, for filling in. So, Mr. Riemann, your study was presumably largely a desktop study, or predominantly solely a desktop study, was it?
Yeah, my study is more like a high-level study
Yes.
concerning these sites, but also I've been working on several other projects on the Moonshine Fault, like the Brands Campus and other projects. So it's really, it's a high-level desktop study about these specific sites, but it also incorporates my knowledge of the area.
Yes, I understand that. So what sort of methodology have you employed in that high-level desktop study? Is it around describing the nature of the fault and the likely return period and how that might intersect with the land in question, or is that too simpler an explanation of the approach?
Yeah, it's very similar to what you described. It's about the recurrence period and also the nature of the fault,
Yes.
and also comparing that fault to the other faults in the region. So this fault is the hazard coming from that fault is very low compared to other faults. For example, it have a recurrence period of 5,000 to 10,000 years. Comparing that with the Wellington fault, you're talking about 900 years. Although we classify the Wellington fault as less than 2,000, but in reality it's 900 years. So it's at least 5 to 10 times less likely than a Wellington fault rupture. Also, when talking about fault ruptures, it's unlikely to have the full fault rupturing at the same time, so faults rupture segment. So also, if you look at what's the likelihood of a small segment on that side rupturing compared to the whole fault, that also will reduce that recurrence. Usually, we're not worried about the Moonshine fault, but with current good practice, even though we say it's unlikely to rupture and it have a very low risk, we do some measurements to improve on life safety and make sure if in the event it ruptures, we have thought about it and thought about life safety.
Yes, thank you for that answer. In your paragraph 12, you referenced the 5,000 year return period, and you reference GNS database for that. Is there any uncertainty about the return period for this fault? I know that from a lay person that sounds like a strange question to ask, but is it generally accepted that that's accurate? That it wouldn't be a lesser period?
So because of that return period very high, the uncertainty grows. For example, if something ruptures every 500 years,
Yes.
We can investigate for that, and also we can think about recorded history that it happened. Evidence will be not so long time ago. So yeah, there is uncertainty about our knowledge of that fault, but most of that uncertainty comes because of that high return period.
Yes. Is there any uncertainty as to the position and location and extent of the fault, as aside from its return period?
Yeah, there is uncertainty, and that uncertainty is reflected in giving it a wide avoidance zone.
Yes.
In reality, that avoidance zone could be shrinked and reduced, and it could be optimized much more. So that uncertainty is reflected in that wider zone of risk, which could be slightly overestimating the rupture zone.
Yes, understood. So your conclusion in paragraph 14 is that the location of the fault line shouldn't preclude residential development for either the hills or the flat, and then you go on to talk about how a more in-depth discussion can be addressed when the structure plans are developed. What sort of work would be necessary to do that more in-depth work at the time of structure plan development?
Yeah, some investigations need to be done. There's a lot of new geophysical methods implemented these days that could improve the certainty about the location. And it's again, knowing where it is a good thing, because then you can avoid placing a community center, let's say housing 300 plus members into it on a fault line. You can avoid having an importance level 4 pipeline or gas main, etc., going through that zone. So yeah, it's knowing where it is. The more accurate the location is identified, the better good use is made from the subdivision or the area.
Thank you, Mr. Ryman. That's very useful.
Mr. McDonnell, before I forget, can you remind me, please, what's the rule status of activities in and around the Moonshine Fault under the natural hazard section as proposed?
So the panel will be aware that I've recommended some significant amendments to this chapter in particular.
Let's start with what was notified.
The notified, okay.
And then go from there.
So first of all, if you recall, the plan takes a risk-based approach. So the first step is to determine the sensitivity of the activity. So a residential activity is, for instance, is a hazard-sensitive activity. A commercial or industrial activity would be a potentially hazard-sensitive activity, and some, a block of toilets or something would be less hazard-sensitive. So apologies, I just have to.
I don't blame you. I can't remember what it said, which is why I've asked you.
So the second step is to determine the hazard ranking of the hazards. So the Moonshine Fault is listed as a low hazard area. So that's the fault rupture area plus 20 metres. So so if we're talking about industrial buildings, I take it in a low hazard area, it would therefore be a potentially hazard sensitive activity in a low hazard area. So it'd be restricted discretionary activity under NHR6.
So the activity status is the alignment of the sensitivity of the activity and the classification of the hazard.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a tabular sense.
Yeah.
And for completeness, as you've recommended it be amended.
Yeah.
So I've recommended some amendments to NHR6 to clarify that buildings and activities within the what I've recommended the fault rupture zone be named as the fault hazard management area. I've recommended that within 20 metres either side of the rupture zone is a restricted discretionary activity. And then I've recommended an advice note that says to avoid doubt within outside that area, but still within the mapped area in the plan, the hazard rules do not apply. So low hazard area within where the fault hazard management area is determined to be, and not a hazard outside that.
So it was within the fault management area plus 20 metres as to the revised.
Yeah, no, the fault hazard management area is the fault rupture zone plus 20 metres inclusive.
Oh, yeah.
It was basically to clarify what applied where, and I think you also provided a diagram
Correct, yes.
in
In my
your
reply,
ROR.
to
Yeah.
Hearing Stream 3, natural hazards.
Thank you for that clarification. Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Ryman. Commissioner Williams speaking. I just have a question, paragraph 15, about what constitutes a crowd. I mean, you've given us an example of a building that would contain crowds as a community centre, and I had a school or a library. But, you know, is there a figure that creates a crowd? Can you contemplate an industrial activity that might have a crowd of people?
Yeah, so crowd of people, if there is, I think the number is 300 and above. This is what they define the crowd. Structural engineers and architects could be more helpful in advising in this space, but there's a number 300 plus people sitting in the same open space, and this is what's defined as crowd. Technically, if you have a testing lab or a manufacturing facility with 300 plus staff there available, this could be assumed as a crowd, or if you have large meeting rooms or conference centers.
Thank you, that's very clear.
Any more for Mr. Ryman?
Just one, and I'm conscious we're not talking specifically about Silverwood at this stage, and it wasn't part of your brief, Mr. Ryman. But I understand that the Moonshine Fault does cross a small portion of the Silverwood site. Can you elaborate on that at all?
I can provide some high level, and we're talking about residential lightweight timber structures. There's a big study that was done on most of the lightweight residential structures that happened to be on the fault when it ruptured. And it's almost illustrated that almost all the houses, the lightweight timber structures that are tied together, none of them had fatality into them. It takes a lot to take down a lightweight timber structure, even if it's on a fault. So I wouldn't be very concerned or worried about lightweight timber structures being, for example, 1 story. We could go to 2 story, but there's some requirements if you're going to 2 levels. But for example, lightweight timber structure sitting exactly on the fault, it takes a lot to get it down. With some engineering design and consideration, you could mitigate that hazard. You could be worrying more about supporting services to the community. If you have important sewer main or water supply main, this is where you need to specify or to require some specific engineering design so that this displacement along the rupture zone will not cut the community from essential services.
Sure. Thank you for commenting on that, particularly as it was outside your brief. Appreciate it.
Right.
I think that's all we had, Mr. Ryman. Mr. Fountain, I presume.
Thank you.
Welcome to the hearing. So we have your evidence, we've read it, and is there anything you want to highlight to us before we ask you some questions?
I'm happy for you to ask the questions.
Commissioner McMahon. Do you want me to go first? Mr. Fountain, at paragraph 21, you say, well, unlikely development would be viable in the area of deep flooding What uses, in your view, is the land suitable for?
That land currently is used as pasture grazing, I believe, and that probably is an appropriate use for that land. There is some deep flooding, can get over 1 metre deep. It's happened twice since 2016 in that area. We've had significant flooding hazards there. A big challenge with any structure is even if you do lift the floor level so that the floor doesn't flood, you've still got access challenges in and out of those buildings. So that is much harder to provide safe access in locations of deep flooding.
Mr. Fountain, could you clarify, when you say deep flooding, then the opposite is shallow flooding, I assume. What constitutes deep flooding compared to whatever you...
Yes, and it's not helped by the wide range of international standards that determine threat to life. And but is there a standard that is normally or there are
adopted in New
standards,
Zealand?
and they're usually a combination of depth and velocity. Deep flooding that is not moving or very slowly moving is usually less hazardous than flooding that can knock you off your feet. But in nearly all standards, 1 metre plus, even if it is not moving, is considered high hazard.
1 metre plus, yep.
But if you put velocities in there, then it can bring that depth down as well.
And what's the nature of the floods in this area? Are they sitting and pooling, or are they rushing down the stream?
Yeah, there's a couple of photos in my evidence that show some pretty fast flowing water, but that's usually around the main channel. This area here is just upstream of the gorge section of Pawatahanui, where there is a natural restriction, so the water is less fast flowing, but within the vicinity of the main channel that is there, yes, it will be fast flowing in places. Yeah.
And in terms of the area shown as dark blue, what does that signify? Is that a universal 1 metre, or does that take these velocity changes into account?
We have not taken the velocity changes into account in assessing that area there. The dark blue was very much a depth-based assessment, and that those dark blue areas are over 1 metre in depth.
And returning to where I started, is you said that land that you've highlighted that are exceeding these properties, parts of 35, 41 Murphy's Road, number 2, 50, and number 50 Flighties Road, 237 Parramatta Haywoods Road. You said that effectively that they should stay in pasture. Am I reading too much into your evidence?
I'm suggesting that avoidance is the appropriate course of action in this area, and that development of structures in this area should be discouraged. And yes.
On your figure 3, the property to the south, whatever number that happens to be, that one there's only got the dark blue 1 metre close to the state highway, relatively close. Should it be all of that property or just the dark blue bit?
I refer to the figure 4, where I've suggested it's really just the dark blue component,
Right, yep.
which should be removed.
And you said at paragraph 19 that given the area, in effect, that it's not the whole property that's taken up, that there maybe deal with that through a structure plan approach. And it seemed to me, taken broadly, with all the qualifications that come with any generalisation, that if you look at the land south of State Highway 58 on the eastern side, where you have the Pātahanui stream coming through, as you've said, with an additional hazard because it'll be moving quickly through effectively through the middle of that,
The golf course?
through the middle of the golf course, and the land immediately adjacent to the golf course. There does seem to be rather a lot of the fuzz that's high hazard, and as you've said, if the modelling's not taking account of velocity, in fact, higher hazard than actually it appears. Is that fair?
Yeah, the challenge, of course, with flooding is it's distributed nature, and a lot of this catchment does have a flood hazard on it. Some of that is shallow and definitely can be mitigated and managed through development. Certainly adjacent to the stream, there will be fast and deep flooding. So the stream channel and around the stream channel, avoidance is an appropriate approach, and certainly the flood hazard mapping that has gone into this area has identified that stream channel as a high hazard area. However, there are a significant chunk of that area that you've identified is quite shallow flooding, particularly from the flooding that's coming down from the much smaller tributaries that is flowing overland into the main channel. But there are areas of deeper flooding, and there are appropriate policies and rules within the proposed district plan, which I think could manage development effectively for those more distributed flood hazard areas, such as around that main channel through the area that you've spoken about.
So just to clarify, in terms of figure 4, I'm looking at, in effect, 4 streams
Yes.
coming through this fuzz,
Yep.
which is the main channel of the 4.
Yeah, the main channel moves in a east-west direction through the middle of it.
But as I say, there are
Yeah.
if you go to the right hand, the eastern end,
Yes.
there are 2 channels coming through. Which is the main channel of? I'm assuming
Yeah,
it's one of those 2. Which is it?
They're both significant tributaries of the Pātahanui stream. I'm not actually sure which one is called the Pātahanui and which one is a tributary there.
But it's but to your mind, it's the two coming from the eastern side that are the main tributaries. In terms of what you described, saying there are main tributaries and subsidiary tributaries that are less of an issue. The main ones are the ones.
Yeah, I was more referring to the streams that are coming in the north-south direction that are coming down into the fuzz from the south.
From the south and from the north, but the ones from the east are the largest flow.
Correct. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Fan, can you help me? I'm trying to understand the difference between why the bit in figure 4, why the piece in the yellow outline is avoided but my looking at the map, they seem to both have deep flooding in terms of being a darker shade of blue. Why isn't the area like through the golf course, through the middle, why are you not recommending that that be avoided in the same manner as you are for the bit to the west?
There's probably a couple of reasons for that. One is that area of darker blue, which I've identified in the yellow, is quite a bit deeper.
Okay.
And it is a significant storage area. So it's just upstream of the gorge section of Pawatanui. So this is where water naturally stores. Development in that area would remove some of that storage,
Right.
which would be difficult to offset. And therefore, that flood storage would be transferred downstream, so potentially exacerbating hazards downstream if development was to occur within that deeper storage area. That's always a danger in all areas of flooding, but it can often be mitigated if in areas of shallower flooding, or if you've got a site where there's room to offset the loss of flood storage in those areas. But particularly that area there, deeper flooding and much more significant storage areas than those adjacent, further to the east.
And earlier you said that through the golf course there, it's more distributed, and therefore you were able to, the opportunity for mitigation and that in relation to that area.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Ms. Fountain, I wonder if we could ask you to give us a larger scale version of Figure 4 with showing the underlying, but showing both the coloured flood hazard, the fuzz, and the underlying blocks, and labelling the underlying blocks.
Yeah, and there is some of that in Ms. Sweetman's evidence as well, in her recommendations.
As
for
it
the
applies to the fuzz, we
Indeed.
we don't need to, if you're focusing on it, it's that area
Yep.
that shows the fuzz area, almost as though that's the fit to page, as
Yes.
it were.
Yep.
So we focus in on that with those.
It's only part of it though. What's that, sorry?
I just said maybe one with the flooding and one with the flooding and the fuzz overlay, because the fuzz overlay.
The Commissioner suggested if we could have one without the fuzz overlay, but with the flooding, and one with both, because the one of the reasons it's difficult to identify the nuances of Figure 4 is that the shading for the fuzz obscures the difference between the different
Yes.
flood colours.
Yes, it does.
A fuzzy flood.
I'll also provide the hazard. We've broken the flooding up into hazard layers: high hazard, medium hazard, low hazard, and provide that as well. And in all of those maps, you'd like the property boundaries identified as.
Yes, please. As you say, Ms. Sweetman has given us a good map of the, in effect, the western half
Right.
of the fuzz.
Yes.
But it's the
full.
it's a larger version of that that we're interested in. Taking the whole fuzz.
Okay.
A3 at least.
Yeah.
A3 at least, no problem.
Mr. McKnight, any remaining? Yes. Over to you.
Through you, sir, in addition to that homework relating to maps coming in,
Yes.
it would be useful if you could just put in text your reasons why the middle block through the golf course, there's has different hazard characteristics from the area outlined in yellow. It's just I've tried to capture it, and I think I have, but I think it'd be useful to have that for the record in writing. Essentially, it's about the depth and the storage components.
Yep.
But I don't want to rely on my wording. I'd like to rely on
Certainly.
yours. I guess on that basis, the question that therefore arises, particularly given the importance of 250 and all the area in yellow for storage attenuation, what effect would the recommended change to rural lifestyle development have on that function that might affect its ability to undertake that storage function and mitigate the downstream flow into the rest of the fuzz? Have you given any consideration to that?
Other than the rules that are in place to seek to avoid some of the adverse impacts downstream.
So if I could just add to that question, presumably it's the degree of impervious surface that affects that storage function on the land.
Also filling land earthworks,
Yes.
any buildings that would exclude that area. So
Yes.
that earthworks and buildings would probably be more significant than the change in impervious area, which does impact, but less so for the storage function.
Yes, so under the current rural zoning which, in the operative plan, compared to a future urban and full residential, the degree of earthworks presumably would be of significant difference. Somewhere in between is the level of development associated with the rural lifestyle development and the degree of impervious surfaces associated with that.
Agreed. Yes, that's right. The scale of development is significantly less for rural.
Yes. The reason I've asked this question, and I think, Ms. Sweetman, you've recommended rezoning of those properties to rural lifestyle, haven't you? Yes. So I guess what I'm just trying to understand is the evidential basis for that in terms of avoidance and discouragement and mitigation, based on what you said previously. I mean, you're clearly saying that intensive residential development could potentially exacerbate the hazard, not only for that site, but presumably for sites downstream. And I'm trying to understand what the effect of lifestyle living on that might be under the recommended zoning.
It is possible that you could develop in that area a rural lifestyle property. The access to that property would have to be given consideration, and of course the floor level. But there are areas adjacent or around that area that I've suggested to be excluded, that you could envisage that a standalone dwelling could be developed in that area with safe access, but the scale of development would, the development would need to consider the impacts on that storage area and also on the safety and of the development within that area.
Yes. I guess that's, Sweetman, that's about where the rural lifestyle zone intersects with the hazard provisions. That matter could be considered under that intersection of the rules, presumably.
That's correct, Commissioner McMahon, and to a large extent the questions to Mr Fountain in regard to what the most appropriate zoning is probably better addressed by me.
I agree, but I'm trying to understand what implications there might be, both in terms of the risk to development on the recommended lifestyle, but also any downstream exacerbation that might result to the fuzz, and as a result of lifestyle development from a hazard risk point of view?
Well, they are downstream from the future
Yeah.
urban zone in terms of the location,
Yeah.
so it wouldn't have any downstream effects. And in terms of how it intersects with the proposed plan, any residential development would be, as Mr McDonnell's run through already, a hazard-sensitive activity, and would be looking at either medium or high hazard areas. And so under Rule 7 or 8, as notified, would be looking at discretionary or non-complying
non-complying, yep.
activities.
Yes. Okay.
There is already development on 2 of those properties.
Which ones?
Just 1 minute, I have so many pages open.
Possibly 2 and 50, is it?
No, number 2 is actually owned by Porirua City Council, and it is a very small little site. Is there a building on there at the moment?
It did have a
It
dwelling
did have
on
a
it.
building,
It's been abandoned.
removed.
Yeah.
There are plans for that land in the future.
So which one?
That's number 2.
2.
There is a residential dwelling already on 237,
Yes.
as there is at number 5 Flighties as well.
Okay.
So any future development of those sites would be subject to obviously the subdivision provisions, and again, the subdivision status would be, I'm sure Mr Smeaton could roll that off at the top of his head.
The subdivision standards are provision subject to the intersection with hazard rules also, like land use?
So yes, subdivision rule, just going to get out of coastal. Subdivisions rules 8 and 9 would apply.
Yes.
And so there would be looking again at discretionary or non-complying.
Yes. Okay. So the panel will be confident that both from a development perspective in terms of new dwellings and any intensification under an RL, rural lifestyle zoning through subdivision, there's a reasonably high bar to be achieved.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's useful. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sweetman. Just coming back to you, Mr. Fountain. I think that's everything.
I've got one more for Mr. Fountain.
Just before I do, Mark, in your paragraph 12, and you've been asked on this before, you say that really the solution is either through altering the boundaries of the zone, which is your avoidance approach, or through relying on the objectives and policies and provisions. And so that's really the essential difference between the area in yellow and the area through the middle, presumably from a hazard risk point of view.
Agreed. And the significance of the hazard and the challenge by which to mitigate any development within that yellow zone, I consider to warrant it, providing a clear signal that this is not a suitable place for future intensification.
Super. Thank you.
The yellow line on figure 4, particularly where it goes through the south. Sorry. What does the yellow line equate to? Is it a depth of flooding? Is it the extent of storage when whatever modelling data went into this at a maximum flood level? What is it?
Yeah, so what I've done is identify those areas of deeper flooding, and it follows the natural river floodplain in that area, the top of the bank, for want of a better term, in that area, which is pretty clearly defined through much of that area. There is an exception to the north of that where there would be a little bit of sliver of land which is possibly appropriate for development, but decided to take the whole property boundary in that location.
No, thank you.
Very good.
Question for Ms. Sweetman, while I think about it. If it stayed rural, what would the rural status be for the further development of those sites?
Obviously, Chair, the natural hazard provisions would remain the same. So the only particular difference would be size of a lot that could be created.
But if somebody were seeking a rural lifestyle size development, what would the status be under the rural rules?
Just 1 minute. It would be a discretionary activity. Oh no, it would probably end up being a non-complying activity. And so that is under sub R4 5. So where a lot that is being created that's less than 5 hectares in area. Yeah. So I have set out the relative areas of those particular properties in my 42A report. So number 2, as I said, is a pretty small property. It's only 2,860 square metres, council owned. Number 2, Flighties, is...
Didn't you just say that?
Oh, sorry. Number 50, Flighties, is over 5 hectares, but could only have limited development, and 237 is over 5 hectares, but only just as well. So there are limited development opportunities for those sites.
Thank you. Any more for Mr. Fountain?
No, that's fine.
I think we're good. Thank you for your contribution, Mr. Fountain.
May I just go back to a couple of questions that Commissioner McMahon put to me previously around the structure plans and the genesis of the future urban zone. And I'll just refer you back to sections 4.11 and 4.12 of the Section 32 evaluation report, which have good descriptions of each of those documents, excluding the Wellington Regional Growth Framework. And they also explain, using maps and words, the genesis of each particular future urban zone area. And in there you'll be able to see a good comparison between the Judgeford Hill zone and the Judgeford Hills future urban zone. Both the Judgeford Pauatunui structure plan and the Northern Growth Area structure plans were consulted on under the Local Government Act and adopted formally by the council. Clearly the earlier Porirua development framework was officially withdrawn and superseded by the 2019 growth strategy.
So that's the 2012 one that was withdrawn?
The 2008 Porirua development framework.
The 2008.
Yeah.
The original genesis.
Yes.
You just mentioned some sections in the 32 report. I just didn't quite get those two.
4.11 and 4.12.
Thanks.
Was that all you wanted to add?
That's all I wanted to add. Thank you, sir.
Well, thinking about how we'll go about this, you've got a very substantial 42A report, Ms. Sweetman, that you deal with it in a series of sections. I think I'll do it on the basis of we'll consider all of the the introductory provisions, sections 1 and 2 together, and I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions on that, and then we'll go probably section by section of your section 3.
Certainly. Did you want me to cover over my statement of supplementary planning evidence as well?
Yes, that's probably a good idea.
May I just make a note, Chair?
Certainly.
Sorry, Mrs. Sweetman, I noticed that in your section 42A, I seem to go up to 3.16.3. I don't seem to have a 411 and a 412.
I'm referring to the section 32 evaluation report.
Sorry, beg your pardon.
Okay, well, let's deal with the supplementary first, and at that point we might stop for a coffee and fortify ourselves for the rest of the morning.
Sounds like a good idea to me. So in my supplementary planning evidence, I address the evidence that's been received from Adrian Black and Claudia Jones of Waka Kotahi, which is specifically in respect of Judgeford Hills. I've read the evidence of Mr. Ray O'Callaghan in terms of 1010 homes, and I also respond to a couple of points which have been identified by Jenny Blake and the Gwyn Family Trust as well. So turning to paragraph 9, Waka Kotahi submitted on the inclusion of Judgeford Hills in the future urban zone, seeking that it be removed. Reading through Ms. Black's evidence, while she remains of the view that its inclusion is not aligned with the strategic and policy direction that guides Waka Kotahi, she acknowledges that Waka Kotahi is either a partner to or has previously provided support to strategic documents that have included Judgeford Hills as a growth area, and that Judgeford Hills also meets the criteria in the Future Urban Zone Policy 1 for its inclusion in the zone. In paragraph 7.5 of the evidence, she amends the relief sought by Waka Kotahi to conditional support of Judgeford Hills, subject to the proposed district plan signalling that more work is required to determine how adequate transportation connections will be put in place through the structure plan process. Relying on the evidence of Ms. Black, Ms. Jones then seeks that Appendix 11 be amended under the header Transport Networks to include a new Clause 6, the provision of an integrated transport assessment addressing the points 1 to 5 above that, and including any intersection capacity assessments. So in my view, this amendment's not necessary. Under the header Specialist Documents to support the structure plan and plan change process, it might be easiest if the panel have Appendix 11 open with them.
Yes.
So if you go up towards the top of that Appendix 11, there's the header Transport Networks, and you'll see it's got points 1 to 5. And so they're now seeking a new point 6, requiring the provision of an integrated transport assessment. So I go on to say, in my view, this amendment's not necessary because under the header specialist documents to support the structure plan and plan change process. Item 2, infrastructure, already includes integrated transport assessment. While the header states reports may be required on the matters listed below, I consider that this is sufficient direction to address Waka Kotahi's concern. In respect to the need for intersection capacity assessments, in my view, that's already sufficiently encapsulated by points 1 to 5 under transport networks. If the panel is of the view that this is not sufficient, then point 1 could be expanded, and that's under transport networks, to including the capacity of any intersections. But as I said, in my view, I think it's already sufficiently covered by points 1 to 5. Turning to my paragraph 15, unfortunately, in preparing my section 42A report, I did not specifically include or address the submission from the Gwyn Family Trust. I have subsequently reviewed that submission, which in summary seeks that Judgeford Flat be rezoned to rural lifestyle for a number of reasons. As part of the submission, the Trust also seeks that the future urban zone be moved up Moonshine Road. In my opinion, the matters raised by the Trust are the same as those that have been raised by other submitters in respect of the inclusion of Judgeford Flat in the future urban zone, and I have set out and addressed those matters in section 3.5 of my 42A report. In particular, section 3.5.2 addressed submissions against the future urban zone, and section 3.5.4 addresses amendments to the future urban zone boundary. Ms Jennifer Blake has also contacted the Council expressing concern that her submission seeking rezoning of Judgeford Flat to rural lifestyle has not been addressed in my section 42A report. I have addressed that, and it is addressed in paragraphs 3.5.3.1 to 3.5.3.3 of my report.
Thank you, Ms Sweetman. As I say, I think we'll break for a cuppa and just restart at 20 to 11. We'll restart, thank you. Ms Sweetman, I wonder if, just for my own benefit, you could explain to me what the council is currently consulting about in the variation and how that interrelates with the fuzz, accepting that the variation is not yet the subject of a council decision, and so it has all the qualifications. You can take the qualifications as a given. We understand that it's not council policy, but it is what council is currently consulting on in parallel with this process. Like Commissioner, I thought that might be helpful to get that on the table, and then we'll go from there.
Certainly, sir. If you'd like to turn to figure 23, which is on it's page 81 of my Word document, in paragraph 377.
Yep.
So council has just been engaging on a potential variation to the proposed district plan. That would involve the rezoning of the site as it's indicated there in grey, and the land to the east of that, which is in the light brown. And then if you move up, it also involves the site to the north. So you'll see part of that is in grey, future urban zone. And then part of it is also in the brown rural lifestyle zone.
So is there a map?
Well,
Is there
no,
a plan
no.
that shows who owns which bit in terms of all the properties seem to be referred to as Murray Road, Mount Welcome?
So, as I
Barrett,
understand
etc.?
it, Mr. Mackenzie, the planning manager, sent through a plan to the
Yes,
commissioners.
I think that
the other day. Okay, right.
I think the difficulty we have is that we're trying to divorce what we might or might not have been told on a site visit, and the evidence that's on the record.
Okay, so I can certainly include this plan that Mr. Mackenzie has provided to you in my right of reply, so you have it on record.
And it would also be useful for us to understand, to the extent that the draft variation, yes, it's not a variation yet, but the draft variation involves rezoning of, as you say, what's currently light brown, which is presumably rural lifestyle.
So I'll continue.
Yeah,
So moving to then this map, Porirua Northern Growth Area property ownership. So the draft variation applies to the Porirua property group.
Let's just call it the variation.
Okay.
Yes, we understand it's a draft.
Refers to, it involves the Porirua property group land, it involves the Lucas land, and it involves the Murray Road land. Now, turning to Murray Road, you'll see a portion of that is already zoned residential, so that does not form part of the variation. We are looking as part of the variation to extend what will be zoned for urban development. So some of what is shown as rural lifestyle there would be zoned one form of residential or the other. And that's after having had the opportunity to undertake some more extensive work about land suitability and appropriateness.
Yes. Just so that I'm clear, Ms. Sweetman, the yellow is the residential.
Yellow is the residential, yes, in the top left-hand corner of Murray Road.
And the fawny brown beige colour.
Rural lifestyle, sir.
Yeah. And of course then the grey
is future urban zone.
Fuzz. Yep.
So how this relates to the 42A report, there is a submission from the Porirua Property Group to upzone that land which is identified in this plan. There is no submission from Murray Road on the future urban zone at all. There is a submission for the Scaife block, which is beneath the variation area, and they seek that the future urban zone area be upzoned now, and the rural lifestyle part upzoned as well, and Mr. McDonnell's dealt with that in his rural 42A report.
Yes. Upzoned to fuzz or to completely upzoned?
To RF.
It's just in 3 blocks, isn't it?
RLS to what?
I think it's RLZ to
RLZ, sorry.
future urban, that one. It's not called the Scaife block in our submission. So that submission, seeks to upzone the future urban zone, seeks to upzone the rural lifestyle zone to future urban,
Yes.
and it does include land to the east, which is in the general rural zone, and it seeks to upzone that to rural lifestyle. So sort
Okay,
of progression.
right. So that's the green area to the, to the east, did you say?
Yes. So
Yes.
if you refer to Mr. McDonnell can talk for himself.
If you refer to Appendix C of my rural zone section 42A report, and Appendix C, page 4, there's a map showing the general rural area that David William Limited is seeking to be rezoned as rural lifestyle zone from general rural. So
So what page was that, sorry?
No page number.
page 4 of Appendix C.
This, that one?
Yes,
Right.
correct.
But which,
David William Limited.
sorry,
The-
David William Limited?
Yeah, the submitter.
Right, so
David
that's
William Limited,
actually the name
of the submitter.
of the submitter, right? What relationship do they have to who the property owner is?
I understand that is the property owner, so they're a farming family, and the block's commonly known as the Scaife block,
The Scaife block,
after
right,
the
okay,
name of the
okay.
patriarch.
And so on that plan there, you've got the back end of it remains rural, is that correct?
Yes, so
The bit to the east.
yes,
So
the
it's-
bit to
that's
the
east.
far east.
Then there's
So they're seeking that be
lifestyle in the middle
yeah,
and
future urban. on the
future
grey.
urban on the western side. Okay.
I'm just struggling to orientate the image on page 4 of the 42A with the Northern Growth Area property ownership map.
The
Yeah.
bit to the, I think Commissioner, for the Scaife property,
Yes.
their land extends further than on that plan you're referring to the east,
Yes.
and it's not shown on the plan we've been given.
So this boundary here,
It's a trapezoid shape
Yes, there's a bit missing off
on the
the,
eastern side. You can
end of
see on Mr. McDonnell's.
it's not shown.
Yes. Got it now.
and I'm assuming then that the same issue is for the Lucas property and potentially for the Murray Road one on that plan.
In terms of, does the owner own that block?
Or
to
land
the-
to the west of all of those.
I don't believe so. With those other properties, I think that's another landowner that owns a large block that runs up to the north,
Oh, okay.
a large rural
Yep.
property.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, apologies.
Okay.
That probably should have been made clearer on that ownership map.
The purpose of the ownership map was to identify the land within the northern growth area, and the whole point of this is that what I call a trapezium of rural land on the SCAFE block is outside the defined northern growth area, which is what the submitter is not happy about. It would like to pull it in, presumably.
Only part of the SCAFE block, so nothing outside that they seek to. They don't seek to rezone the general rural zone to future urban.
No, but they seek to rezone it rural lifestyle.
Yes, correct.
In effect, to extend the rural lifestyle zone further to cover
They
the whole
want to-
block.
Further, but not all of it. Is that what you
I think
said?
they do. I think they want the rural lifestyle on the whole block.
For the whole block?
That's
Okay.
my understanding.
Yep,
yes.
no, okay, yep.
So, just so I'm clear, they want to upzone the fuzz to some form of urban residential, leave the existing rural residential, rural lifestyle as it is, and upzone the balance of the rural land to rural lifestyle. Is that it?
That's my understanding. I'll just check with Ms. Sweetman about that middle section.
I
You're
thought
not
the middle
seeking-
section was going to fuzz.
Yes,
So does everything take a step
everything
up?
takes a step up. That's
I address this particular submission in paragraphs 3, 5, 9 to 362, and if we go to 350, paragraph 350, David William Limited seeks that the sites at 310 State Highway 1,
Yes.
Porirua Bay, be rezoned so that the rural lifestyle zone be reclassified as a future urban zone and the general rural zone be rezoned as rural lifestyle.
Yep.
So currently the site's in 3 zonings, future urban on the front, rural lifestyle in the middle, and general rural at the rear.
So they're not seeking the upzoning of the fuzz. That's what you're saying here. It's just the
Oh, hold it, no, this, yeah,
oh, is that in another section?
yes.
Oh no, apologies. So many rezoning requests. It is only to extend the future urban.
Okay.
So
Sorry,
say again.
Which section are you referring to, Ms. Sweetman?
So it was my mistake. They're not seeking upzoning at this point to residential. It's they're seeking that the rural lifestyle be reclassified as future urban.
Right, okay, no,
Gotcha. And no.
And so no, it is not subject to the variation.
and apologies very much, just to be clear, so that the northern growth area that's part of the, that's being consulted on at present is only those parts of the Porirua property group, Lucas property and Murray Road property that are shown as fuzz.
No, as I said, the variation proposes to include some parts of the rural lifestyle zone for residential as well.
So some extra parts, but it's still only
It is
related
still
to
only
those three properties.
three properties, that's
Right.
right.
It doesn't include Lucas,
It includes Lucas.
Yep.
so four 4
No,
properties.
that's three. Murray Road, Porirua Property Group,
Oh, yeah,
and Lucas.
and Carrot over the road.
Carrot is not part of it. No,
Carrot, not.
no,
Carrot and Scaife are not.
are not part of the variation. No.
So, how are those three areas that are fuzz and being consulted on for those parts, how are they currently, or what would be the proposal to service them? Where would that be from for water and wastewater, for instance?
We are doing work in terms of looking at infrastructure servicing
Yeah.
at the moment. And we have identified that there are appropriate connections and servicing that can be provided. But that will obviously form part of the variation.
Yeah.
And we are currently working with the requirements we've set out ourselves in Appendix 11 to make sure that they are addressed.
It might be a question for another time, but I'll let the chair correct me. If those three areas are being serviced, if they're relying on servicing through the Plympton Farm area to the bottom, why isn't the Scaife land included now?
That's not a question I can answer,
No.
Commissioner. That's a council decision, and I am providing you with independent advice.
Well, having successfully diverted the discussion for the best part of 15 minutes, we'll approach this more systematically.
Before we go off that,
Yeah,
Mr.
wait
Chair,
for it. Perhaps not.
no, it's okay. I think it's a simple answer. I think the question was put to Ms. Sweetman about what does the variation cover in terms of the northern growth area? Are you in a position to tell us whether the variation covers any other land other than the northern growth area?
Well, the variation is only for those three properties.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. So there's no, the variation doesn't cover any immediate upzoning of other fuzz land?
No, there is no proposal to upzone any other future urban zone land.
Thank you.
And in terms of, well, swing with it, in terms of the table in Mr. Osborne's report, oh yes, page 15, Mr. Osborne's report, I could do the maths myself, but can you tell me, even if it's only approximately, he's got tabled total including fuzz, 5525, 5725.
So could you just, I was just having to find it and open it, sir. I didn't have it in front of me.
Page 15 of Mr. Osborne's report.
Yes.
So I could figure out the maths myself, but that would seem to be. Well, can you tell me what difference the variation would make to those totals?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir. I'd have to provide that to you as in right of reply.
Well, I think I think we're probably going to need that before we hear from the Silverwood team as a piece of stray information. Do you think that Mr. Osborne could attend on the 5th armed with that information?
Absolutely.
Sir, would you see that as an additional column on that table?
Yes.
Yes.
Because the numbers won't work out neatly because there is, as you say, there are some extra upzoning of what's currently rural lifestyle that's sort of going to come in. It's not just a shift of the total housing capacity and the total full urban zoning. The total will increase, and the proportion of full urban zoning will increase. But I'm interested to know to what extent. Not as I say, not so much down to the last property, but I want to get a better sense of what sort of proportion it is.
Yep, certainly.
And since I'm telling you what I was going to ask Mr. Osborne anyway, at page, at his tables 1 and 2, feasible and realisable capacities by zones, if he could come armed with the difference the MDRS will make to those numbers.
I've noted that, thank you.
All right, so getting more on that tangent. We'll start with essay sections 1 and 2 of your section 42A report. Ms. Sweetman, any questions, Commissioners? Commissioner McMahon?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Just before I go to those sections, Ms. Sweetman, and I don't have a lot of questions on those two sections, just something that arose before the morning tea adjournment when you were going through your supplementary. You took us to Appendix 11 and the specialist documents to support the structure plan change. And it's it's just a minor issue, but has something happened with the numbering there? On my version, it starts at B as land use and C infrastructure. And I think you referred to item 2, infrastructure.
No doubt the numbering has gone off.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure that I was referring to the right item when you talked about item 2 covering.
Oh, I think give him a copy of that.
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Land use is
there's
number 1.
a copy here of
Oh.
with the numbers, if you want to see it in the plan itself,
Okay.
rather than in one of the reports.
Commissioner Williams has also has a hard copy, rather closer, of Appendix 11.
So my apologies, the
Maybe not.
numbering's
appendices.
gone skew-if in the 42A report.
Yeah, that's okay. I think I can work it out. Sorry, it's not a big deal. Second matter was something that you just talked about when you were taking us through the mechanics under policy 2, which is the process for rezoning. And I understand how the structure plan works. I wrote down that you said that the zoning will be development area. Is that correct?
The zoning won't be a development area, but a development area is required to apply. So there will be an underlying zoning,
Right.
because the zonings which are provided for in the PDP as we determine what is appropriate or not.
Yes.
So it all goes back to the National Planning Standards again.
You said it was a national planning standard term. Yes.
Yes, so just give me one.
Yeah. So just while you're looking, it would be fuzz in the decision version of the plan. There would be a Schedule 1 process for developing this new development area, and it'll have a zoning that's picked from the plan as to what is appropriate.
Yeah. So it is in Section 12 of the National Planning Standards,
Yes.
District Spatial Layers Standard, Table 18,
Yes.
and development areas. A development area spatially identifies and manages areas where plans such as concept plans, structure plans, outline development plans, master plans, or growth area plans apply to determine future land use or development. When the associated development is complete, the development area's spatial layer is generally removed from the plan, either through a trigger in the development area provisions or at a later plan change.
Right. Just explain that last bit about the spatial layer being removed.
It says that a spatial layer is generally removed from the plan either through a trigger in the development area provisions. I'm not sure how varies that is, but I
Yes.
didn't write the National Planning
No.
Standards.
So what's...
Or at a later plan change.
Yes. Okay. Just so I'm clear, what do you think the spatial layer refers to in this context?
The spatial layer is basically would be the structure plan.
Yes.
That accompanies
Okay.
a plan change.
Okay. Yeah, I know we're getting into a bit of detail
Yeah.
here, but so the future development area and the zoning wouldn't necessarily be predicated on development occurring such that it's in accordance with the structure plan?
Oh, it all depends how
How that happens.
it's drafted
Yes.
in the development area chapters.
Yes.
I can refer you, sir, to the New Plymouth District Plan,
Yeah.
which includes a number of development areas which have structure plans associated
They do,
with
yes.
them, and they have quite bespoke provisions about how that structure plan is then implemented in addition to the underlying zonings.
Yes. I guess there could be two levels of structure plan in this instance. A structure plan that helps formulate the development area in terms of policy P1, P1,
P2.
2. Yeah, P2, sorry, yes. And then any structure plan / outline development plan type approach that might be embodied in the zone or might not be embodied in the zone, depending on what the zone is.
Well, it's certainly how we're working in terms of the Northern Growth Area
Okay.
is to develop a structure plan for that land,
Yes.
which would be part of a development area,
Yes.
which would guide the future development.
Yes. And that spatial layer wouldn't be jettisoned as such. It would be form part of the zone.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
But it would obviously, once implemented, not necessarily be required anymore.
No, and that's a timing.
And that's a timing thing, and once the land is being taken up, that's when the structure plan may be removed, because it might be obsolete.
Of course.
Yeah.
And how that's achieved, who knows?
So just point of clarification following up from that then, that in the Porirua plan, there's no reference to development areas, is that correct?
No, because we have none, sir.
Right. So what? So why is it that you have none when you have reference to structure plans within
So,
the text? I'm just trying to understand.
so at the moment in the proposed district plan, there are effectively very few greenfield areas which would allow residential development to happen in them.
Right.
So there's very little land. So the intent is when land is rezoned for residential development, greenfield, that a structure plan is prepared for that and notified as part of a proposed plan change.
And that's
Or variation.
all within what's currently future urban zone, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yeah.
So there's no, as you just said then, there's no land that's currently zoned residential. There's not a lot of that land that would be appropriately subject to a structure plan.
No.
No.
No. And certainly if should someone come in and seek to rezone another area, such as that might be rural lifestyle or might be general rural, for example, I can imagine the council's expectation would be a structure plan would accompany that
Yes.
as well.
Under P1.
Well,
Two.
it wouldn't be subject to that because it would be tested against then the residential provisions.
Okay.
Which don't link to Appendix 11.
No, they don't.
No.
But given we've provided a pretty clear pathway in terms of ensuring that growth doesn't happen sporadically by putting this 3-step process into place of the future urban zone, rezoning for urban, then necessary consents being obtained after that.
Tell me, while you could legitimately tell anybody who knocked on the door asking for a council plan change, and say these are the ground rules. If there were a private plan change, do you think there needs to be more signalling in the plan? Like, I'm not saying the scope to do this, that's always the next question, if you decide there's any merit to it, but is there merit in providing greater signalling as to the terms on which private plan changes seeking upzoning of currently non-urban land to an urban zoning would be appropriate?
If it was land zoned future urban, then I think the future urban chapter deals with that appropriately. In terms of should anyone else come in for a private plan change, it's a bit fraught, Chair, because anyone has the ability to apply for a private plan change to an operative plan whenever they like, effectively.
2 years and 1 day.
Well, no, because that is just a matter that may be considered in terms of whether it's accepted or rejected or not.
True.
So I really don't know if there is a need to do any more signals through the plan necessarily. One would hope that anyone proposing a private plan change would read through the strategic objectives, look at the other chapters, and then make their own assessment.
Yes. So policies P1 and P2 are really written in the neutral, aren't they, as to whether it's council initiated or privately
Yes.
initiated?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, yes, absolutely. So if somebody wanted to come in for a proposal to rezone to future urban, then they'd be looking at P1 too. If someone came in for a land that's zoned future urban, then they'd be looking at Fuzz P2.
Yes.
Yep.
Understood.
Well, can we go back to sections 1 and 2 now?
Yes. I've got no questions. I have no questions on section 1.
Nor have I.
I was going to move to section 2. Right.
Section 2?
Yes. So, pretty important section, and I think I've got my mind around the statutory obligations about matters that have been considered and what the plan needs to give effect to in terms of higher order documents. Clearly, front and foremost is the MPS and urban development. I just wanted to ask you a few questions about the timing, and there's not a lot turns on this, but I just want to get it for the record, Ms. Sweetman. The growth strategy was produced before the MPS UD. It was presumably produced under the MPS UDC.
It was, yes, it was produced after the NPS UDC.
Yes.
2016 was released.
Yes, and before the 2020 MPS UD was.
That's right.
Yes.
So it wasn't a document necessarily just for implementing the NPS UDC.
Understand
However,
that. I guess my question is, to what extent, if any, does it reflect the refined and more nuanced positions of the MPS UD compared to the UDC?
the growth strategy.
Yes. And I guess, ultimately, the proposed plan and the fuzz provisions.
Commissioner, I haven't gone back and analysed the growth strategy in terms of the NPS UD.
And I don't expect you to. I just wanted to focus on that last sentence, though, of paragraph 28, where you say there is further discussion within the 32 on the approach the council is taking to give effect to the MPS UD. And I just wondered whether that should be UDC.
No, it was to the UD, and that's specifically, as we're talking about in that paragraph 28, was the proposed district plan was notified prior to both the NPS UD and the NPS FM
Yes.
being promulgated.
Yes.
So what we discuss in that part of the overview, section 32, is how we are going to subsequently notify a variation to give effect to the NPS UD and particular policies 3 and 4.
Yes. Okay. So with section 32 must have been written post, was it September 2020, or was there a draft version of the UD?
Yeah.
No, the section 32 for the plan was written prior to the NPS FM and the NPS UD 2020s, and the overview section 42A report further talks about how we're going to go through. The section 32 does just cover off how we're going to approach the NPS UD and NPS FM in the future as much as we can.
But, sorry, when was the plan notified again? What date?
August, when was it?
So the NPS UD 2020 was gazetted on the 23rd of July 2020.
Yeah.
And it came...
Can you slow down?
Yeah, the MPS UD was gazetted on the 23rd of July 2020.
Yep.
Took
And-
effect a month later.
Came into effect a month later, 20th of August. The proposed district plan was notified on the 28th of August, so 8 days later.
Right.
But the implementation timeframe's obviously built into the NPSUD, which gives us time to give effect to it. And
I'm shocked that you didn't completely rewrite the PDP in 8 days, Mr.
And
Chapter.
I thought Commissioner McMahon's question was about it's the NPS FM 2020 as well. Do you have that date there?
Yes.
September, I think.
One moment. So the NPSFM 2020 version came into force on the 3rd of September 2020.
So the overview of the Section 32, when did that come out?
They were published on the date of notification, so the 28th of August. So that basically the notification of the plan and the Section 32 reports was directly in parallel with the gazettal and coming into force of those two
Right.
revised NPSs.
As I said, not a lot turning on this, but clearly most of the work would have been done well in advance of those gazettal dates, though. And I just wondering whether there were any, and I think paragraph 29, Ms. Wheatman, probably is my answer, how the gaps, if there are any, are dealt with, and it's presumably through this future variation to give effect to the NPSUD in a way that the notified plan wasn't able to purely because of timing.
As much as possible, Commissioner McMahon, because the RMA EHS only directs that councils are giving effect to policies 3, 4 and 5
Yeah.
rather than the whole NPSUD, which is obviously wider ranging
Yes.
in terms of its requirements, in terms of how tangata whenua interests are addressed, how wider climate change interests are addressed, making sure that we're achieving a well-functioning urban environment under Policy 1.
Yes, I understand that answer. Yes, and
It is a matter that, and obviously we are required by law to have notified that variation by the 20th of August 2022. So no, this forthcoming variation is not going to be the full implementation of the NPSUD. We will do our best to do so, but obviously the driver are policies 3 and 4.
yes, I guess that takes me to the final question on this matter, and that is, based on what you've just said, presumably there is scope in the broad sense then, and even a statutory requirement to keep the NPSUD at the forefront when considering what further changes might be necessary, if any, to give effect to the NPSUD that weren't contemplated in the notified version, and obviously within scope of submissions.
Yes.
So what I'm identifying is that the proposed plan largely reflected the earlier NPS. Obviously, it knew that there was something else was coming along. The variation will do its best to deal with what it's required to deal with, but bearing in mind there'll be a focus on medium density residential standards with that and new land. But there's a potential, I don't want to call it a gap, but a potential opportunity or requirement to give effect to matters that were specifically nuanced in the UD that weren't covered in the UDC. And there's an opportunity where there's scope for a submission to address those matters.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have referred to
Yes.
relevant objectives and policies as in the NPSUD as appropriate.
Yeah. Now that's very much in the broad. I just wanted to set that up as a sort of a contextual matter for some of the specific questions that will come from the rest of the panel later.
So, in that regard, the question I had is one of fact. Are any of the fuzz areas within a walkable catchment of a rapid transit stop?
That's not at present information I have at hand. Obviously, there is work being undertaken on that in terms of the intensification side of the variation. As I certainly understand it, though, I would imagine that the Carrad block, some of the Porirua property group block and the Murray Road block would be within walking distance of the Porirua base station. However, of course, none of, well, they are obviously the Porirua property group and Carrad have sought immediate upzoning at this point.
Well, on the basis that those submitters, although they haven't assisted us by telling us what they're doing or why they're doing it, on the basis that they have sought that relief, I think that we probably need more information from you about the question I posed. If you're going to, I know it's subject of some controversy as to how far you can walk, and
Well, I mean, that's the thing, sir, is it is still under development in terms of what is an appropriate walkable catchment and the like. And as I understand it from talking to Mr. Racklin, who's leading that part of the variation, what Waka Kotahi think is walkable, what Greater Wellington might think is walkable, what Kaingora might think is walkable, and what the council might think is walkable
are all different.
are all different things.
I think
And certainly the NPSUD does not state what is walkable.
unhelpfully.
No.
I think
So-
I think that I should ask you, therefore, what is the council's current view, accepting that may change? But in terms of the question that Commissioner McMahon was saying, those submissions clearly give scope to implement that part of the NPSUD. Although, having said that, there might be a technical issue. Is a fuzz an urban zone?
No, it's not, sir.
That might be the out there. That it's not currently part of the urban area.
It's not a residential zone.
It's a special purpose zone.
Yes, that's correct.
My understanding, just to complete that circle, is my understanding is that the NPSUD only applies to urban areas as defined, or is that not right?
It applies to urban environments.
Yeah, urban environments.
And that is a wider
Yes.
concept than what is an urban area. However, and we'll just turn to policy 3.
Tier 1 urban environments.
So we would be looking at, we can confirm we're not talking about city centre zones. Clause B, we're not talking about metropolitan centre zones. And so then it talks about building heights at least 6 stories within at least a walkable catchment of existing and planned rapid transit stops.
And an urban environment is or is intended to be predominantly urban.
Yes.
So you would have thought a fuzz is intended to be predominantly urban.
In the future, though,
Yeah.
it's not planned to be urban in the immediate, because it's certainly intended in 10 years to be urban, but it can't be urbanised until it's rezoned to urban.
Wouldn't the consistency be that if there are existing planned rapid transit stops, then a planned urban stop would be the same as a planned future development area?
It's only planned, in my view, in terms of planned to be at some point rezoned to be urban. I think, sir, it would also incredibly undermine the whole intent of the future urban zone as a whole, and to some large degree undermine the whole, well, certainly would undermine the whole approach the council had taken if we were going to immediately allow everywhere around a rapid transit stop to have up to 6 stories. And that's why policy 4 exists with the qualifying matters, to deal with those situations where it might not be appropriate as well. But these questions, a lot of these questions are probably better placed to Mr. Rackland sometime in the future, when he is addressing how council is proposing to give effect to the NPSUD as a whole.
I suppose the problem we have is that we have existing submissions seeking upzoning
Yeah.
that haven't been withdrawn,
Absolutely.
that we have to make a decision
This
on.
is not, yeah.
And if implementing the NPSUD requires acceptance of those submissions in whole or in part, then I think that's something we need. Well, even if it doesn't, if there is an argument that it does, then I think that we need your input as to why that argument is unfounded.
Yes.
And
I completely appreciate that's a massive curveball to throw across the room at you, and you might want to think about that further. But it is the sort of thing that we really need chapter and verse about, your reasoning as to why doesn't this apply and have this effect.
Certainly.
And that's clearly something that can wait till your reply.
Yes, well, I won't be answering it any further now, Chair.
Yes, that.
Sorry.
And that's acknowledging that we don't have anything from the submitters,
No,
and which.
and they certainly haven't provided any
yes.
discussion about the NPSUD.
yeah, would have been helpful.
Yes. So we'll ask you to address that in reply.
I'm sure Mr. Rackland's listening in, and I'm sure he can help me prepare that response.
We don't have a problem with a team effort as long as it's ultimately your answer.
Yes, well, he will be the one responding to what's council's current approach to
Yes, indeed.
what's walkable or not.
I think that, is there any more on section 2?
No, sir.
So we have 3.1 as an overview. Probably should we go to the general submissions first? Section 3.2. Commissioner McMahon, anything?
Yes, just a couple of nuts and bolts. Initially, Ms. Sweetman, the Cody submission that's referenced in paragraph 46.
Yes.
refers to a term that I haven't come across before, future generation area.
That's because it's a typo. It's regeneration.
Okay.
The submission seeks future regeneration. I'm not sure I know what that means either, but
Okay.
it just for the record, it's that's what the submission's seeking.
Okay.
But can you assist us as to what you think Mr. Cody means? Since we're not going to hear from him either.
No, I can't. I'm sorry, sir. I was reading the same submission and I wasn't clear exactly as to what he was seeking in that regard. But as I do note in my 54, there is no such zone as an option in the National Planning Standards. That's not to say that we couldn't develop one, but Mr. Cody also didn't provide anything in terms of objectives, policies or rules that would apply to such a zone or why it would be appropriate.
And what the council's approach has been to do the fuzz zones, which aren't development areas.
Well, future urban zone is effectively a development area, yes,
Right, so it's-
but what Mr. Cody means by a regenerational area, I'm
Right.
not necessarily certain about that.
Yes. And you invited him to address this, but I don't think he's attending.
That's
the hearing.
correct.
Yep. Paragraph 53, Ms. Sweetman, and this is talking about the QE2 submission. And you refer to a previous hearing that I wasn't involved in, which was the ONFLs and Mr. Rackland's evidence. And do we know what Mr. Rackland's recommendation?
Ms. Rackland.
Ms.
Sorry.
Rackland.
Sorry, it is. Thank you for the correction from everyone. Do we know what Ms. Rackland's recommendation was in her 40 report in respect to NFL P3?
I believe that she was recommending no change to the approach.
Okay.
The latest, I'm just trying to, if you refer to her council reply of the 22nd of December 2021, and she, just quickly scrolling through it, she has recommended no changes to the policy framework as notified in NFL chapter.
Okay, and that accords with your recommendation?
Yes, it does.
Yes. Thank you. I was going to move to paragraph section 3.3, Sue, if there's anything before that.
We'll pick up anything else on anyone else. Commissioner Sinclair, anything on 3.2?
Nope.
Commissioner Williams? I wanted to ask you, Ms. Sweetman, another point of your discussion of Mr. Cody's reasoning, seeking designated reserves and regeneration zones, and you say that the structure plan process will require consideration of the provision of reserves, public access and multimodal supports. Can you point out to me where that is in Appendix 11?
Mm-hmm. So, under natural resources and point 3, talks about the integration of green networks with open space and pedestrian and cycle networks as one example. Under use and activity, point 4 talks about provision, mix and distribution of land uses, including open space.
So that was point 4.
Yes. Under urban development, point 2 refers to pedestrian connectivity. Point 3 talks about the provision of open spaces. And then under transport networks, point 2 talks about the transport network, which as defined in the PDP includes multimodal active transport. And point 3 talks about supporting transport and accessibility that is multimodal. And point 4 talks about public and active transport linkages.
I suppose the question is, as you say, there's lots of general provisions for open space. Is there, I don't think you pointed me to anything that's specifically about reserves.
No, but open space is generally held in reserves once it's been vested in the council. I can quite happily change that word to reserve to open space.
So your point is that there's no meaningful difference between the two?
No.
All right, on to section 3.3, staging of future urban zone release.
Yes, thank you, sir. Sweetman, I don't know if I have any specific questions on this, but it just strikes me that this is quite a critical section of the report, raised by Kaingaroa and Silverwood, well, Kaingaroa as the principal submission and Silverwood as a further submission. But it really goes to this key issue of ensuring that there's sufficient development capacity in the long term for future environments, and whether the plan needs to play a part in the staging that development so as to give preference over one technique over the other, intensification over greenfields or vice versa. Kaingaroa's position obviously is that they would like to see some guidance in the plan to favour intensification. Silverwood take the reverse view. They oppose the Kaingaroa submission. And I was hoping that you might say that the MPSUD might provide some guidance on that, but I think in your paragraph 68 you're saying that really the UD nor its predecessor or the Act itself picks winners in terms of intensification over greenfields or staging. Is that a reasonable summation of what you're saying to us?
So, thank you, Commissioner. The NPS UDC requirements for future development strategies did talk about the requirement for the staging of growth. That has been removed from the NPS UD, so it's not included in there, that there has to be any staging provided. And in terms of that, excuse me, objective 2 is really the guiding objective, which reads that planning decisions improve housing affordability by supporting competitive land and development markets.
Yes.
So the competition being between intensification and greenfield and
Whatever.
yeah. I don't know if there's any other options.
Is it too crass to say the more the merrier? That's the underlying message.
Well, that's a question you can ask Mr. Osborne when he comes to present, in terms of sometimes having too much is not necessarily the answer either. And that's an economics answer, which I can't address myself.
Seems like a nursery rhyme. Not too hot, not too cold, just right.
So, it's an interesting fine balance. We're required to ensure that there is sufficient development capacity. That's one of the underlying requirements under Section 31 of the Act, and obviously under the NPSUD as well. Sufficient means, I guess, enough, and it doesn't mean carte blanche as well.
This is something we'll need to explore with Mr. Osborne, but in terms of the focus between the NPS required focus on the difference between theoretical capacity and what is feasible and realistic, is that where it bites, that if you have too much, you decrease what is realistically going to happen, so therefore you're not providing sufficient? It's sort of like a completely circular.
Quite possibly. I'm sure Mr. Osborne can answer that question better than I could.
They need to, the purpose of it is to improve housing affordability.
Which I'm sure there are lots of different ways to do so, that, again, Mr. Osborne would be better placed to respond to that.
The contribution of planning decisions.
Yes, like I suppose that's at the heart of, and maybe the better answer is we're interpreting a plan, albeit a superior plan, which of course is your skill. Would it be more tactful for me to suggest that, not that he has the best answer, but that your answer needs to be informed by his input?
That's right. That would be a very appropriate way of saying it. Obviously, when we look at the NPSUD as well, and then it's the RMA EHS, the government has been quite clear that the priority they have for councils at the moment is to push through intensification.
So, like...
And that obviously, the yield that has clearly been that Amendment Act came out of the blue for all of us, and certainly after we'd prepared the PDP. And
what's the status of that document relative to the considerations that we are required under the RMA?
So where was that? Where did you say that message was? That you said the message from government. Where is that expressed?
Oh, in the preamble to the RMA EHS, and in the amendments to the Act itself, which basically says you have to provide for
amendments to the Act. Sorry.
No.
They have amended the Act.
The ones in December.
It applies now.
That's the one.
Yeah. In terms of how much you have to consider it now, we haven't yet issued a variation, obviously, to give effect to it, and the Act is very specific about the date by which we have to have done so.
So,
Is it even in the tent in terms of our considerations?
yeah,
I wouldn't think so at this point in time.
so it's in the preamble to that piece,
Well, it's in the preamble to the Select Committee report and
right? But it
the
didn't make it-
bill itself.
But it didn't make it to the Act itself?
I'll have to look it up.
I think that you could say that the thrust of the changes is to push intensification, but it doesn't, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't, the changes to
The Act itself has, no.
hasn't changed, and indeed the changes to the NPSUD policies don't provide light in terms of where the Commissioner McMahon started about the weighting as between greenfields and intensification.
No, it just effectively tells us to get on and do intensification.
Yes. And that leaves us with giving effect to the NPS and any other higher order documents.
Well, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, in terms of the proposed plan, I mean.
Yes, in terms of the proposed plan.
Yes.
But on the 21st of August, it'll all change again.
Yes, but the mechanism to give effect to the RMA Housing Supply Act is going to be the variation.
That's correct. So obviously it requires its own Section 32 evaluation.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, paragraph 67. Just at the end of that, on the end of that paragraph, you refer the requirements of Section 31. So, are they requirements? I understood they just set out what the
Oh,
functions,
the council functions. Yes.
are. They're not something that, what is it, you are required to achieve or anything like that. It just sets out the functions of a...
Function of a council is to ensure that there is sufficient land for growth, sufficient development capacity. Yeah.
Yes, as amended, those functions are more directive than they used to be.
They are a lot more directive, yes.
So I'm just trying to distinguish between they tell council what its function is, they don't go further to suggest that this is an objective or it's not a replacement or an addition to Part 2, and
No.
it's not an NPS. The most appropriate method would probably to do it through something in NPS or NES.
Yes.
Is that this is how I characterised it? Is that how you see it?
Yes. Yes. I mean, and the government quite clearly chose it to put it into Section 31 instead of, otherwise you'd expect it to have been put into Section 7 as an other matter.
The devil's advocate would be to point you to the Ngāti Kahungunu decision that says that the regional council functions related to maintenance and enhancement of water quality are mandatory and must be achieved, notwithstanding, because they're stated to be council functions in language that's directive. That's courtesy of the Environment Court in about 2014.
Well, the issue is, of course, we do now have a national policy statement, which we have to give effect to.
Yes.
So it's a requirement we have irrespective.
Got several versions of NPS FMs that have come through, so...
and soon we might have a national planning framework.
Well, if it's as well written as the national planning standards, I'm sure it'll be very clear. I had a question about your reasoning on paragraph 74. You said any request for a plan change will need to be accompanied by evidence of future supply and demand. There's a requirement under clauses 1 and 2 of Appendix 11. And I wondered if, and clearly that is what clauses 1 and 2 of Appendix 11 say, but the precursor to that is a structure plan is to identify, investigate and address. Mm-hmm. Address does not, says to me, it's got to talk about those things. It doesn't seem to say to me that I think you're inferring what it would require, but Appendix 11 isn't couched in terms of you must show in your structure plan that this in effect is required to meet the to provide capacity to meet the requirements of.
Yep.
Is that a problem? And is that even is clause 1 even something that's appropriate for the structure plan, as opposed to this is the reason why you can have a structure plan? Should that be in the policy?
And that's certainly something I have considered, particularly when reading these particular submission points, and I considered whether there was enough scope within those to actually recommend an amendment to the policy. And that was certainly something I had been toying with, but in my view, I didn't consider I had enough scope within the policies, within the submissions to amend the policies.
And what's your view, putting scope aside, what's your view on the merits of that argument? As I said, that's initially where I had been going in terms of how I would have preferred to have addressed it, was within the policy. Is this in the realms of hindsight's wonderful, but you've got to that perhaps you've had second thoughts about since drafting these provisions, given that you, like I'm assuming that you had a hand in the drafting of them at least?
I acted in support of the chapter author.
Yes.
Wouldn't an applicant that was seeking a plan change or somebody preparing a structure plan be required to give effect to the NPSUD anyway, even if it's not
That's right.
in
Yes,
the PDP?
that's right. Because obviously any plan or plan change has to give effect to national policy statements.
That's fine if you have somebody who's saying we need more houses and have I got a deal for you, sort of thing. But Silverwood's an example where you're recommending to us that we don't need this additional capacity, and in fact it may be counterproductive.
Based on Mr Osborne's advice, yes.
Based on Mr Osborne's advice. And the NPSUD isn't very clear in terms of what the question the Commissioner put, that to implement the NPSUD, that you can say we've got that would be too much, and that would be contrary to the NPSUD. So is that a problem looked at it from that perspective?
And so that's obviously how Mr Osborne has considered it in terms of Objective 2 and ensuring about competitive land markets. So sometimes too much is too much.
And Ms. Weedman, that's his professional view, isn't it? There's no specific guidance in the NPS itself, though, as to what equates to sufficient capacity. It's a term that's used in a couple of places, not defined, is it? And the mechanism that the council uses, presumably, to do that is an ongoing method with the HBA and the regular reviews of that, and the matters that you have captured in Appendix 11 in terms of the urban growth matters at the start of that appendix, dealing with future supply and protected demand, phases and timing for stage release of land, etc.
Yes.
That all inform that, but it's an interpretative approach or response from the council in respect to whatever is sufficient capacity.
I suppose sufficient development capacity is, I love these long-winded national planning standards.
Yeah. Is it defined in the...
Development capacity is defined.
Right.
And then there are the requirements, obviously, that a council has to ensure that it's provided enough over the short, medium, and long term.
Yes.
And then as you read through, I call them the implementation clauses because I'm not quite sure what they are yet. The implementation clauses set out how you go about working what is sufficient.
Yes.
So it's 3.2. So
Page what?
part 3, so I'm looking at the NPSUD.
Yep, page what?
So 14.
Where it says at least sufficient. That implies once you get to sufficient, beyond that is a matter for the council.
Yes. So must provide at least sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand for housing in existing and new urban areas. That might be where I go to in terms of your earlier question, new urban areas. In order to be sufficient to meet expected demand, development capacity must be plan-enabled, infrastructure-ready, feasible and reasonably expected to be realised, and meet expected demand plus appropriate competitiveness margin.
Plus. That aside that you just made is quite interesting about new urban areas.
Yes.
That could be quite significant because that's in the UD, isn't it? Mm. Whereas the housing amendment is dealing with largely intensification of existing urban areas, presumably.
Presumably.
Yeah. So some interesting words here: expecting demand plus competitiveness, at least sufficient. And I guess if there is an interpretive element, it'll depend on a council by council approach, taking into account, I guess one of the key things is the rate of projected demand and supply, because what's sufficient in the short, medium and long term in Council A might be different in Council B, where the rate of uptake is far accelerated.
Exactly. It is. It needs to be on a case-by-case basis, and obviously things are going to change
Yes.
all the time. Just listening to the radio this morning on the way here, and discussion about construction costs being so high, and inflation, and projected recession, and I dare say my mind turned to, we're going to be potentially enabling all of this stuff happening, and it might not for a long time because of other means.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, all of those matters in 3.2 for 1 and 2, it's conjunctive, and
Yes.
so there's no hierarchy and there need to be same weight to all of them.
No, they're conjunctive, as you say, Commissioner.
Having said that particular rabbit running, we should probably carry on. Certainly can.
Thank you, Ms. Sweetman. I've got a sort of a more general question, which was raised under 3.3, staging of future urban zone release, and that is, how is the order of development of each fuzz decided? Like, is it first cab off the rank? I mean, obviously from today we realise that there are going to be fewer fuzz areas now after August, but what's the deciding factor of which fuzz is next for development?
That's a council decision, ultimately. I can't answer that.
I mean, I suppose
Commissioner.
what I was thinking of is it major infrastructure? You know, is it or it's beyond any planning imperative. It's about what council.
I can imagine it will be informed by results coming out of the housing and business capacity assessment requirements, which are required to be occur on a regular basis. So it would be the council looking at the projections and the demand for growth and changes that are occurring, and considering when rezoning may be appropriate. And obviously it may also be that there are requests and approaches made to the council for rezoning to occur as well.
Yep.
And I sort of had a supplementary question, which was, as the fuzz get taken up, at what point do council consider revisiting the plan and looking if they then need to identify future fuzz?
That will need to happen on a regular basis. Okay. Again, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development sets out monitoring requirements for council, so they are required to have a look at uptake and feasibility and housing affordability and all of those things. And should it be identified that there is not sufficient development capacity, that's when the council would need to look at rezoning or further intensification or...
Based,
yeah.
was it based on Mr. Osborne's evidence in relation to
At the moment, the evidence is that there's sufficient for the next 30 years.
Yeah. But if the northern growth area was subject to a variation and had structure plans and that, then the amount of fuzz that's available wouldn't be there.
No, the fuzz wouldn't be there, but it would be enabled for urban development to occur.
Yeah, but that does that still mean that there's sufficient area?
That's what Mr. Osborne has set out in his evidence, that he considers there is, yes, even with the rezoning of the northern growth area. Because all that the rezoning of the northern growth area does is bring forward what has been projected for the 30-year timeframe.
Tell me, Ms. Sweetman, what happens in the regular reviews required by the NPSUD if you find you've got too much capacity?
I guess the council might have to look at what its zoning approaches and what it's permitting or not.
Well,
I don't know.
On the basis that we now have a minimum of MDRS, that is downzoning even a theoretical option?
Potentially. Coupled with, obviously, we expect the regional council to amend their RPS and regional plans to give effect to the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management, which might introduce particular new requirements. So obviously that will be a change. We are also aware, of course, that the RMA will be amended by the 2020 Amendment Act by November or December this year, in terms of obligations around climate change as well. And clearly the government released yesterday the emissions reduction plan, which under the RMA, councils will be required to also consider and implement.
You'll, of course, be able to tell us which of the 284 recommendations are relevant.
I can't say I've read it yet. But so this is we are going through a whole lot of change, and this is only a point in time. And obviously we will have to react as the RPS is amended, as we're required to rightfully consider climate change to a greater degree. And it may be that our approach in the PDP will change.
I suppose that's going to Commissioner Williams' point. Is that one of the problems of looking forward 30 years when there are so many different cross currents going on?
Oh, well, I would rather look forward 30 years and provide some sort of strategic approach rather than look forward just 10 and miss opportunities or not provide enough room for growth to occur, or growth or change to occur as well. And obviously the RMA, irrespective of the changes with the NPSs and changes to the Act itself, and everything requires regular review of plans as well.
Speaking of fresh water, that's the next section.
It is.
3.4.
All right.
Want me to kick off?
Anything? Yep. Question from mine?
Yes. Thank you, sir. So another higher order document, the MPSFM, to give effect to, and the key submitter here, obviously Greater Wellington, and again it's attracted further submission from Silverwood. I guess in terms of the relief that GW is seeking, that the I guess that the urban development should tie in with contamination limits set by Greater Wellington, as required by the MPSCFM. I guess there's a timing issue there in terms of ultimately what the Greater Wellington's required to do in terms of their 2024 obligations, December 2024. What about in terms of interim limits? Are you across what GW are doing in terms of interim contamination limits and the PNRP, which must be almost operative now?
It's still not operative.
It must
They
be getting
have
close.
Yet to be advised when that's going to occur.
Yes. My understanding was that they were going through a series of FITOA processes that would set up the basis for enacting changes or variations to the different catchment chapters to introduce limits that replace those that were in the notified PNRP. I don't know whether that's, I'm a bit out of touch now, Ms. Sweetman. I don't know if that's still the intention or whether that's been sort of put on, well, not put on hold, but it's letting the 2024 action do the heavy lifting there.
I think that's a question you'd better
Yes.
place to the regional council.
I will, and the Fleur, is it Fleur?
Matthew?
Yep.
It will be. It is a question I've got earmarked for her, but in the interim, we've recommended some change to Appendix 11 to give effect to those, and I just want to be sure we're on solid ground in terms of those recommendations and those changes, particularly when you refer to the additions of the second bullet point under 80, contamination limit set in the RNRP. Is that referring to the plan that I just referred to, or was it referring to some future iteration of it?
It's referring to whatever is in place.
At the time.
At the time.
Yes. Yes, okay.
So I have a related question to that one, page 13, top of the page B, where it refers to in the Natural Resources Plan or the NPS FM as a natural wetland.
Mm-hmm.
From recollection, the natural wetlands in the NPS FM, there's no reference to natural wetland in the PNRP, as I understand it. Things may have changed.
Things have changed,
Right.
sir. They have, through these current consent orders that are the last ones off the ramp, they have been aligning the PNRP language with that of the NES freshwater and the NPS FM. So that was me future-proofing.
Right.
That like in terms of future proofing, I wondered about, and because the NPSs keep changing, whether there would be merit in generalising it to talk about a natural wetland protected either in an NPS or a regional plan.
Or is there anything
Being non-specific about which ones, no, not pinning it on the current ones.
and
Yeah.
just whether, just to be, if you could just be certain that there's nothing in the NES on freshwater, or you might be able to answer that right away.
The NES on freshwater sets out the regulations applying to wetlands in terms of what activities are permitted or restricted discretion or prohibited, rather than defining what a natural wetland is. That's the role of the NPS FM.
And the policy instruction to protect it is in the NPS.
Is in the NPS FM as well, to be inserted into regional plans.
Well, before we start at Judge Flat, I think we'll break for some lunch. Ms. Sweetman's been going well, but she probably needs a rest, and so do we. So we'll break and we'll resume at 1:15. We'll resume the hearing, thank you. We're up to section 3.5, Judgeford Flats. Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Sweetman, I think we're definitely going to get through this well in advance, and certainly have time for subdivision for Mr. Smeaton. We dealt with a lot of the big picture issues along the way, and Judgeford Flats is an example of this in terms of the flood hazard matters that we discussed this morning with Mr. Fountain and with Mr. Nyman, was it? Riemann, with the hazard. So I guess I haven't got a lot, but I'm going to start from the back, if you don't mind. And that is on your page 24, the area blue hatch to be rezoned from fuzz to rural lifestyle zone. You did some maths earlier. I just wondered what the total area of that land is. Have you calculated that somewhere?
No, I don't have that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And just so you know why I'm asking that question, I'd just like you to compare that to the red hatched area, which is proposed to be added into the fuzz. I just want to see where the balance lies between those two.
I can certainly get that.
They
to
look,
you.
just by eye, they look similar in shape, but I suspect the red hatched is slightly less area than the blue.
I would think so.
Yes. I don't want to go over the flooding or hazard issues again, personally. I appreciate the advice that the two experts gave us with your planning lens on top of that. I now understand the rezoning that you're proposing to lifestyle for the Flighties Road properties, and how the flooding hazard for that differs from the land covered by, say, the golf course and further into the central area. So don't need to ask you any questions on that, which doesn't really leave a lot. Other than that, there's some questions about interim uses that were raised by submitters in terms of in your section 3.5.1.
Mm-hmm.
I think these were the drapers.
That's right.
Yes,
Commissioner.
and I just wondered, in paragraph 92, you give some comfort to the submitter by saying that under section 10 there'll be existing use rights that will prevail, which will allow them to carry on in terms of the existing activity, and in fact provide some scope for some expansion so long as the test of the increase in scale, character, intensity is met. But I wonder, in addition to that, whether you've given any consideration to the need to alter the rule framework to give a little bit more certainty for those activities in terms of the sort of grandparenting type rule that you'd referenced later on in your report. I just can't find that reference, but you see what I'm driving at?
I do. My preference would be yes, we could provide grandparenting in terms of the existing activities at such a property would then need to be able to define those quite specifically if
Yes.
we were going to do that.
Would there be any...
And I believe there are resource consents that do
Okay.
apply as well. I haven't got the details on me, but I would imagine that the majority of them would also have land use consents, which, as we know, exist in perpetuity.
Yes. Do you know what the existing businesses on those properties?
They're a mixture of different industrial yard
Yes.
activities.
But they're all non-residential
They're all
activities.
non-residential.
Yes.
There is some residential in and around there as well.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question. I thought you've taken your stand on not compromising future industrial development. It seemed to me to be somewhat anomalous that a fuzz for future industrial development prohibits industrial development. I can understand why you prohibit residential development. I can understand why you prohibit or make commercial development very difficult. But as I say, it seemed anomalous, and I invite you to tell me why it's not.
Certainly, sir. The reason for that is the intent of the future urban zone and going through a structure plan process and rezoning is to ensure that a big picture approach can be taken to the future development of the area. So providing for piecemeal industrial development to happen throughout that area might end up compromising the ability for the council to take a strategic approach through a structure plan.
Would that be the same case if the rules applied solely to the properties requesting the more enabling provision? I mean, if the aim of the fuzz is to provide sufficient capacity in the future for, in this case, an industrial form of urban development, and if the existing activity is industrial and may wish to expand that beyond any existing use rights they have under Section 10, would it really be contrary to the holding pattern of the fuzz to actually enable that by way of rule framework? Would that not be more efficient and effective in achieving the objectives?
I would not want to make that allow expansion of the existing activities as a permitted activity.
Outside the property or within the property concerned?
Again, my concern would be the potential how that would fit and sit with the future development necessarily, without being able to know what might be proposed to occur.
Yes. Ultimately, the activity will still be industrial if that's what the rules said. Would still go to enabling industrial activity to be accommodated.
I'd want to, in those instances, then be able to give a bit better thought in terms of setbacks from boundaries and heights and...
But that would be for amenity reasons as opposed to industrial supply reasons.
Yes, it would be amenity in terms of the adjacent land uses, which are
Would it
still there.
In zone or intra-zone?
In zone as
In zone.
well.
Okay.
I have a different slant on it. If you have an existing industrial activity on a small piece of land and you're prohibiting industrial activities, is that a Section 85 issue? You're saying the only thing that the plan allows you to do with it is to convert to primary production?
It's not a prohibited activity,
Well,
Chair. It's proposed as a non-complying activity.
Right, but even so, a non-complying activity with clear provisions saying precluding development.
If there is still a consent pathway through Policy 5 available for those properties, where they can demonstrate that it would not compromise the future intended use, that effects can be internalised and avoid conflict and potential reverse sensitivity effects. So what this particular policy is talking about, and the rest of the fuzz, is trying to maintain existing character and amenity of those areas until such time as rezoning occurs. At the moment, there is those areas of the Drapers which are used for industrial activities, but they have adjacent to them residential dwellings in quite close proximity. So in particular, if we look at the plan, which is in paragraph 90, figure 1, you'll see a little grey property right in the middle surrounded by the Drapers' properties on which a residential dwelling is. And again, surrounding them are also some residential activities as well.
Okay. In terms of the golf course, who owns the golf course land?
Privately owned, isn't it? As far as I'm aware, it's privately owned land. It's not owned by the council. I would assume the Judgeford Golf Club own it. Mr. McDonnell's just looking it up.
And in terms of you've said there's a submitter saying that rezoning would be the death knell, and you say later in your evidence that would almost would likely change land use. And I'm thinking, well, why? If the golf club owns it,
Exactly, it would be up for the council could come in and rezone it without that property owner's permission.
But if the council rezones it, the members can still
That's right.
carry on playing golf to their heart's content.
That's correct. It won't. It would. Rezoning enables development to happen. It does not force it to happen.
Chair, I'm just confirming that it is privately owned by a limited liability company. I'm not sure of its connection to the golf
What's
club.
the name of the limited liability company?
It's I'd have to check if I can
Privacy Act.
if I'm just looking it up in our internal property database. I'm not sure how public that information is.
Don't tell me
about
the
owner.
answer to that question until you've checked whether it's in public domain then. But it is privately owned. And in terms of, the same would go for that little island you noted, Ms. Sweetman, in the middle of the Drapers' existing industrial uses.
That's privately owned land as well. Yes.
Anyone else have anything else on Judgeford Flats? Well, for my benefit, I think Commissioner McMahon is clear in his mind of what the answer is on flood risk, can you clarify for my benefit that I'm looking at your figure 4, understand argument about the area not proposed to be rezoned north of State Highway 58. The issue or question in my mind is, what's the rationale given for the area, probably the eastern half of the fuzz area south of State Highway 58, where you've got the main stream body going through with, as Mr. Fountain said, higher velocities, deep flooding through the centre of the development area, or assumed development area. At least to my eye, probably a third, maybe, of that land. How practicable is it going to be to develop the balance for industrial use around those hazard areas?
So I address that, Chair, in paragraph 125, which I'll read to you, where I accept Mr. Fountain's recommendation, so referring back to Mr. Fountain's report, that the other areas of deep flooding could be best addressed through the natural hazards and three waters chapters. So I explicitly questioned him about why these areas may be okay, but the other areas weren't. And his advice to me was that those areas of deep flooding could be best addressed by the other chapters.
I suppose that...
And that those areas are also more dispersed and can be addressed more comprehensively through a structure plan process, which allows a bigger picture view to be taken in terms of flood management and mitigation.
I suppose that what I was going to say to you was that obviously Mr. Fountain has a technical view, but I did think he was trespassing into your sphere about the planning implications of his technical view. So in terms of how real it is that could be developed and whether that's the most efficient and zoning approach given those hazard risks, what's your opinion?
At this high level, without having more detailed evidence available, and from my experience dealing with other areas which have had hazards applying to them, and on the basis of Mr. Fountain's advice as well, I consider that these can be addressed through a structure plan process of identifying appropriate areas, and it may well be that these areas would be where attenuation occurs or the like. It also may well be, as the council does decide or not to rezone this for industrial purposes, that it might look at other land to augment the loss of particular areas which may, at more fine-grained analysis, be identified as not being appropriate.
In terms of the NPSUD providing for future industrial demand, how material is this? Is this the difference between meeting the 30-year demand and not?
Yes, it is. So the council's Housing and Business Capacity Assessment 2019 addresses that, and that's been addressed in the Part A overview, Section 42A report, and in the Section 32 Part A overview as well. And it's also, I'll just add to that, Chair, the thing with industrial land, when you look at it, you need to take a regional perspective, not just a district approach as well. And the HBA 2019 addresses that.
The last question I have for you on this is the question I'm also going to ask the Judge for Environmental Protection Society, given the instruction to implement the NPSUD. You've said that this land, or an area of land of this approximate size, is required to meet the demand. If not here, then where?
And that question is one that the council has carefully considered through its previous growth work. And from my experience dealing with rezoning for industrial, there are certain characteristics which are required for industrial land. And so I have set those out based on work that Property Economics did about what those requisites are, well, for business use or industrial use. So those are set out in paragraph 115. So, yeah, there's a whole lot of different factors. You can't just plonk business or industrial land anywhere.
Are you aware of any practicable alternatives that would supply this amount of potentially industrial land?
Not within Porirua. And in terms of the wider region, in terms of suitable land, I think probably Kapiti would be the closest. Otherwise, the Hutt Valley's pretty much taken up. There's no suitable land in Wellington that's not already zoned for business or industrial. And in terms of proximity to markets and the other things that Property Economics have listed, this is to a large extent it.
Any more on Judgment Flats?
Yes, one.
One?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sweetman, I just have one follow-up question, and that is, heard the technical evidence from Mr. Fountain regarding flooding. You've appropriately put your planning lens over that, and the answers you've just given to the chair I've documented. I guess the question I have in my mind is whether the purpose of this particular fuzz being business and industrial was determinative in your final position in recommending that the yellow area come out and that this middle area stays in. Did that play? Did that
It
play a
certainly
role?
did play a role in my thinking as
Yes.
well. Yes.
So if we were dealing, hypothetically, if we were dealing with a residentially focused fuzz, might you have arrived at a different position?
Quite potentially, and obviously when you're looking at that figure 4, if all of that land was taken out,
Yes.
then you'd realistically not then consider what was at the bottom of Murphy's Road
Yes.
to the west, and you'd just be left with what's north of State Highway 58,
Yes.
which is
A small
a pretty
area.
small area, mainly, which is about a quarter covered by the Draper's land.
Yes. Thank you.
Judgeford Hills, 3.6. Anyone? Commissioner McMahon, start with you.
Don't have any highlighted questions on Judgeford Hills, which surprises me for some reason.
So obviously, as I said at the beginning this morning, the panel has received Waka Kotahi's
Yes.
statement, which has basically now changed their position, and they're just now seeking that amendment to Appendix 11 instead of the removal of Judgeford Hills as a future urban zone.
Yes, but you haven't adopted that in full, have you?
No.
No.
Just question I'll ask them, but I'll ask you as well. Is the reality that the 1010 proposal requires on access to the TG roundabout to go, that without that the alternative roading accesses would not allow the development to proceed?
Unless the council and the developer and whoever else agreed to substantial upgrade works to Brady Road and potentially to Belmont Road as well, one of the other, then the other feasible alternative is from Transmission Gully, and obviously Waka Kotahi are the ones who would agree or not for the use of access from there.
That was going to
Well,
be
actually, it would be Ventia for the next 25 years, but yes, ultimately Waka Kotahi.
That was going to be my next question. In practice, while Waka Kotahi have said they want an integrated traffic management, they are going to decide whether this happens or doesn't happen, because they will decide whether they grant access to that roundabout or not.
That's correct. That's correct, Chair. And they had raised their concerns about there's no public transport or not. Well, there's nowhere for public transport to either go at the moment either. So, cart before horse.
Yes, chicken, egg, whatever. Commissioner Sinclair, any questions? Right, Judgeford Hills it is.
So I think it's 3.7 is the next topic, sir.
Yes,
And
3.7.
this is a group of submitters that have sought, I guess, development or upzoning by way of a consent pathway as a discretionary activity.
That's correct.
Yes. And there's been some opposition from that, from GW and Waka Kotahi, and some support for it from Silverwood, I think.
That's correct.
Yes, that's right. So your paragraph 199, Ms. Sweetman, you've raised a fundamental process concern with allowing a development area to be established through a consenting pathway, and you say you're not sure whether it's actually Viries. I think you refer to that Queenstown case, which talks about a floating activity status depending on where the structure plan lands. And I'm familiar with that case. And it was an issue for the Wallaceville structure plan initially too. Do you think that's what they were suggesting though? I know the planning issue that you're raising, but I wondered if the submitter was just suggesting making this sort of development a discretionary activity per se.
I don't know,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon.
Yeah, I guess, are they attending?
No.
No.
Oh,
Yeah. If at 205 you said yes, we might want to get a legal opinion on this. Have you sought any legal advice yourself?
no, I haven't.
Okay.
I suggested that the submitters might want to provide a legal opinion themselves.
Yes. Oh, okay. The submitters, yes. Yes, and you'd carry on that to 207. Yes. Okay. Well, difficult to advance questioning on that any further, sir.
Yes, I'm familiar with the declaration decisions on the Auckland Unitary Plan that came to a similar.
Yes, I didn't mention that one, but I'm aware of that case as well, Chair.
Yes. You'll forgive me, I trust, if I suggest that your drafting could do with some tweaking, Ms. Sweetman, in the suggested amendment to P1. I read this about 4 times and thought, if you that has been agreed to be serviced and funded, might be better if it would turn around to say it's been agreed that infrastructure will be
Yes.
provided through a formal agreement. As I say, might be think about playing with those words.
Thank you.
All right, strategic objectives. 3.8, yeah, any others on 3.7? 3.8.
I've got no questions on 3.8 or 3.9.
My question is, in terms of your agreement with Kaingora, I wondered if you were being too generous, because the objective only says that, where is it? Find the wording. It only says that it will help meet, which suggests that there are other things helping. But yeah, even accepting that, you think it's worthwhile making that change in that heading. It's not a big point to change a heading.
No, they haven't sought to amend the substantive objective itself. And it, to me, appropriately ties in then with the future urban zone language.
Next, 3.9, introduction. Question from me about reference to Plympton Farm, is it proposed that Plympton Farm be part of the variation in August?
No, it's not, Chair. It would be subject to a separate plan change to the operative plan. Because Plympton Farms is not in the proposed district plan.
But the variation could put it in, but it's not.
It is
It's
not
proposed not to.
intended. No, it is not intended to put it into the variation. But obviously, in implementing the requirements of the RMA EHS, we have to address the MDRS and Policy 3 for Plympton Farms, which is a zone in the operative plan.
How does that work? Is it a plan change to the operative plan as well as a variation to the?
It's a plan change to the operative plan
Yes.
for Plympton Farms.
Yes.
Everything else in the city is a variation to the proposed district plan.
Okay. Interesting.
I don't think, yes, we have a lot of complexities at play.
Yes.
The
So-
processes will just run together. Will the processes run together? Is that the idea? But they're just
That's-
called something different.
That they have to run together effectively because the decisions on them have to be released by August 2023.
Yes.
Right.
But noting, of course, that council has yet to formally adopt the variation for notification or anything
Sure.
like
Yes.
that.
So effectively, with the proposed plan, there's a hole in the plan
There is a hole in
where
the plan
for
And there
Plympton
will remain one.
until such time as either the hole is fixed
yes.
and there is a variation to
Yes.
the PDP, or when the PDP is made operative, a subsequent plan change,
Yes.
or they just are left for a while,
Yes.
or we'll have new plans under the Natural and Built Environments Act.
Yes.
And
Just I haven't come across that before, but that's not an issue in itself. So really, when it comes to consenting, the landowners of Plympton Farm just consider the operative plan.
the Plympton Farm Zone, if you have a look at it, is to a large extent self-contained.
Yes.
It does rely on some provisions in the operative plan, though.
Yes. I wasn't involved in that, but it went through the streamlined planning process, didn't it?
That's
A
correct.
couple of years ago.
Yes.
Yes. Will there be provisions in the proposed plan that will be able to be considered
No. No, Commissioner.
wider? No.
No, there is a hole in the
Okay.
PDP for the Plympton Farm Zone, so it just does not. The PDP just does not apply to Plympton Farms.
Okay. So, hazard provisions in the proposed plan won't apply. No. Landscape provisions. No.
So, the Plympton Farms plan change was prepared, obviously, at the same time that we were working on the PDP. So we were able to, until things diverged and the streamlined plan process came ahead of the PDP, we tried to keep things as aligned as we could, but now they diverge in particular areas.
Just, this might be a silly question. So if the Plympton Farms are not part of the current plan, then they're not part of the current consideration of what is available land.
Well, yes, they are, because they're
What-
still land in the district, and they're still land that is zoned in a plan. It's just zoned in different plans.
Yes. And the HBA will take account of
The
that.
HBA
Okay.
takes account of that, yes.
Right?
Just while I'm thinking about that, while I understand that it was a council decision, can you assist us as to what the rationale was for keeping them Like, I suppose, I think there's a general puzzlement here. So we're obviously missing something. What the rationale was for keeping Plimerton Farm in the operative plan and creating this hole.
Is because the desire and the council's decision to bring forward the rezoning of Plimerton Farm in advance of the PDP process, so that it would occur sooner than the PDP had been notified.
Oh yeah, because otherwise it would have to wait until the hearing of and determination of appeals before the whole plan became operative.
That's right. So it's a timing issue for bringing it forward. And obviously, if we were to have done the plan change to the operative plan and then put the same thing into the proposed district plan with a different time frame and different submissions and different scope in terms of a streamlined plan process or not, we might have ended up with a very, very weird situation.
Well, you would have incentivised opponents of development of that land to have appealed the subsequent.
Well, they would have been able to appeal your decision, but obviously there are no appeal rights going through the streamlined planning process.
Yes, indeed. That would get very complicated. All right, moving to section 310, objectives. The Mr. Williams, anything? I have a question for you, Ms. Sweetman, about inserting reference to rural activities as defined, because this prompted me to look at this definition, which says, in essence, rural activities mean use of land for rural activities. Once you carve off the exclusions and the additions. And I wondered if it was really as simple as that, whether adding reference to establishment of new rural activities was required at all.
You mean the inclusion of new primary production?
Well, the new primary production I can understand. But the question is the establishment of new rural activities, which doesn't actually tell you anything because, as I say, the definition is completely circular. And whether that needs more work or more thought to say, well, what sort of new activities are you actually providing for?
So the request of Fulton Hogan was to delete rural use as notified and replace it with primary production. So that's the scope of the submission in terms of what it's seeking. So I think introduction of primary production is appropriate, given that the definition of rural activities excludes primary production. There is no definition of rural use in the plan. So, in my view, it's more appropriate to use rural activities, and that is then supported by the rural framework, which sets out rural activities.
So does the rule framework tell me what rural activities are?
It's basically the rural framework permits under FUS R7 rural activities other than primary production. It's being permitted activities.
So so everything is permitted if it's not otherwise.
If it's not otherwise listed. So primary production is also permitted, but that's excluding quarrying, mining, intensive indoor primary production and rural industry.
Okay. So, Ms. Wheat, isn't there a problem with the definition of rural activities in that the definition of rural activities uses the same term to actually define what it is, so it's not even logically consistent? Which would make it difficult for us to agree to,
Well, it's these
regardless of scope.
It's the definition that's been used also in all the rural chapters. And oh no, it's not an NPS. Yeah, it's just the use of land for rural. I know.
Yeah.
What you're really saying, it is what it is.
It is what it is. And I don't think there's scope to change the definition.
So in theory, we'd just have to reject it because it doesn't make logical sense.
Well, no, I don't think so, because the submission is to
the
replace.
submission is to replace.
We could agree with the submission and just delete all reference to rural activities, but the problem that it's used elsewhere will remain.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't actually reflect what the rural framework also sets out in terms of what the plan enables and allows for.
Now, in terms of what Philp and Hogan are really on about, which is to provide policy support for mining and quarrying through the definition of primary production, does the fact that the rules have a permitted activity rule for primary production excluding quarrying activity mean that the policy should also mention that exclusion in some way, shape or form?
So I'm just flicking between. I could put an exclusion there, but I would also consider personally that a new quarry in a future urban zone would potentially compromise the potential of the growth areas to accommodate urban development. So in a way, I'm not necessarily of the view that I would need to say excluding quarries there, because in my view, they would compromise that potential. And then, obviously, there's future urban zone objective 3. Use and development in the future urban zone does not result in any of the following: reverse sensitivity effects on existing rural activities or infrastructure, form and nature of future urban development being compromised, reverse sensitivity effects when urban development occurs. I think that all support this activity status that's been assigned in terms of quarrying activities as non-complying and mining as non-complying.
I wonder if objective 2 is more opposite, saying maintains the character and amenity values of the general rural zone.
Yes, so I think combined as a package that I don't consider it necessary to put explicit reference to quarrying in there.
Accepting that, I understand that response, but accepting that this is probably one of the hotter and more contested issues around, would it be wise, even if it's not strictly required, to cover it off and forestall future arguments about what this policy might or might not?
Well, it is an objective.
Oh, sorry, an objective, sorry. You're absolutely right, but as I say, given the level of contention, would it be prudent to perhaps say rather more than you might strictly need to say?
In my view, it's not, but the panel may wish to do that.
Understand?
And noting that the Aggregate and Quarry Association haven't sought to change the rule either rules.
All right, policy 311, policies.
Yes, I've got a question here, sir.
Yep.
Oh, 310. Sorry, I wasn't finished.
All right,
310.
310, sorry, we haven't finished 310.
310.3. The Transpower seeking reverse sensitivity of proposed and existing primary production activities or infrastructure.
Transpower?
Transpower?
Oh, yes.
Yes. What were they clear at all about what proposed reverse on proposed might be? Because it seems to me that if it's proposed primary production activities or infrastructure, that's something into the future rather than now. So if they suddenly decided, you've done something, that they want to put something somewhere, then you have to take account of wherever they're going to put primary production activities or infrastructure. Is that what they mean?
I assume so.
Well,
But
the reason I ask is that you've agreed to it, so I'm trying to work out. And I agree with Transpower. However, you've got a minor rewording you've what the efficient operation, upgrade, development of infrastructure being compromised, and then you've separated it out.
So my
Could you explain that?
yes, I can explain that my 243 is not correct in terms of what they sought, and that's a lovely cut and paste error.
Oh, okay. No.
That's not what they sought. They sought changes in terms of clause 4, which was the around the efficient operation, maintenance, upgrade or development of infrastructure being compromised.
Oh, right, okay.
So my profuse apologies there. I can just see if I can find
okay,
the
so
exact
4 and
wording.
6, okay.
So it's the aggregate association who proposed.
For the
So-
reverse sensitivity component. Yep.
Yeah, so my apologies. The exact change that they sought is in the table in Appendix 2.
Yep.
And that's on page 129. And they sought that clause 4 being amended to the efficient operation, maintenance, upgrade, development, or provision of infrastructure being compromised.
Right.
I
And
apo-
then 248's your individual recommendation for 4 and
yes, that's
6
right.
in terms. Okay,
Yep.
no, all right, no, that's clear. Thank you.
My apologies, panel.
Okay, I think we're now on 311. Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you, sir. A couple of submissions dealing with terms here, Ms Sweetman. Identify verse rezone and the term overlay. And I've had a look at policy P1, both clauses, and fair to say that they're both plan-making policies, aren't they?
That's correct.
Yes. And the direction of the policy is not necessarily to zone land, but to identify potential future land for development, hence the word identify rather than rezone.
Yes, yes, that's right. Well, it's identify areas as the future urban zone.
Yes. Okay. Can you just draw my attention to the word overlay? Where is that?
So
Oh, at the last bullet.
that's a wider submission that Kaingora made in terms of the use of overlay, and particularly the use of natural hazards overlay. So that's been substantively addressed by Mr McDonnell in his Natural Hazards Section 42A report. And I agree with Mr McDonnell's recommendations in that report.
Yes. So what's your understanding of what the submitter was trying to seek with the removal of the word overlay?
Mr McDonnell, would you like to cover that?
Because where it appears, Mr McDonnell, I think is in clause 1 of P1, and it also comes in P2 towards the bottom, last bullet point.
It's a wider issue, Commissioner McMahon, as they just really didn't support the whole approach that we took to natural hazards, and
Okay.
in particular, well, more so flooding, and wanted the council to take a quite substantial different approach.
Yes.
So that is, yeah, it's not specific to the future urban zone. It's
Okay.
a broader plan-wide issue.
But presumably the overlay is a defined construct, it's a defined spatial area.
And they thought that it not be
Yes.
as such.
That'd be the hazard per se. So will not result in an increase in risk of people's lives and properties within any area located in a hazard or a coastal hazard. And that's deleting the word overlay from those. So is it the difference between known and scheduled hazards and unknown that are located in an overlay, and unknown hazards that aren't shown in an overlay?
My recollection, Mr McDonnell, is that the submission was that there'd be a generalised reference to hazards, and the identification of hazards sit in maps outside the plan.
Okay.
And the staff recommendation was that not occur, and that they be the subject of an overlay, since that's what the national planning standards anticipate.
Yes.
Is-
What does the objective tell us?
First of all, is my recollection correct, Mr. Backdown?
They were it was mainly around flood hazards, I believe,
Yes.
where they believe the maps should sit outside the plan rather than in the plan as an overlay. But they had a broader submission point around the use of the term overlay, which I recommended that submission point be rejected in my Section 42A report for natural hazards. The term is defined and it's used widely throughout our plan. It's referenced in the subdivision chapter, for instance. But the question, I think that's a question for Ms. Sweetman, though, the difference between a scheduled hazard and another hazard as it relates to the future urban zone.
Mr. McDonnell, sorry, could you finish? The chair's summary included that overlays were something that were referenced in the national planning standards. Is that correct? Is a methodology able to be used or required to be used? It might be one or the other.
Apologies, I'm just refreshing my memory.
Yep. No. So that's why we're asking the question. It's for our memory as well.
Yeah, so on page 50 of the National Planning Standards, District Spatial Layers Standard, it gives the function of an overlay, which is an overlay spatially identifies distinctive values, risks, other factors, require management. And it defines a location for the provisions, being district-wide matters, chapters, and district plans.
And the provisions introduced by the spatial layer must be located in the location identified. Right. Thank you. Some more time this week.
Sorry, I didn't mean to relitigate something that had been already dealt with in a previous chapter, but just looking at the use of the term on its face value as it relates to P1, a acknowledged plan-making policy, if the reference to the word overlay was deleted there, would it broaden the application of policy P1 and P2 in an unintended way? If I can just elaborate on that question, P1 and P2 both use the word overlay, natural hazard overlay or coastal hazard overlay. So it's the scheduled hazard that it's referencing as opposed to the wider resource being the unknown hazards, if you like. So if the policy was being applied to anything other than what's in the overlay, particularly in policy P1 clause 2, wouldn't it reduce the ability to bring land in through that mechanism?
If there were natural hazards
In
or
existing,
coastal hazards that were not aware of,
Yes.
that we had not already put into
Yes.
the PDP.
yeah. And I guess it comes down to the degree of confidence you have that they're all captured, but not having been involved in that hearing stream.
Generally pretty comfortable that they have been
Yes.
captures. Mr. McDonnell?
Would the structure plan process that needs to be done for that area
For the future development,
Would
should it
that
be
provide
urbanised?
revisitation of what has been identified? And
Yes, it would require requires the provision of geotechnical reports, so that would, and flooding reports
Right.
and everything else. So those would be considered through that as well at a more fine-grained level.
Through Appendix 11.
Yes, through Appendix 11.
Can you just take me to that just so I can mark it? Ah, yeah, page 102. Hazards.
So measures to avoid any increase in risk to people and property from natural hazards.
Yes.
So it's pretty broad.
Yeah, no reference to overlay there.
No.
So it'd be like a two-step process. Firstly, the area doesn't contain any mapped hazard overlays
Yeah. And then
And-
a more detailed
Yes.
subsequent assessment.
based on geotechnical, fluvial, whatever, seismic. Yep. Thank you.
The forest and bird submission, you're suggesting, I think they've made this submission in a number of different contexts. Instead of in P2 only consider providing for. The effect of the submission is to enable consideration of other matters you're saying you don't think it's necessary because it would require consideration, any rezoning would require consideration of the matters set out in clauses 1 and 2. And so the question is, I think where forest and bird are coming from is about additional areas of indigenous vegetation.
Mm-hmm.
So the question for me is, are you comfortable that those matters in clauses 1 and 2 are comprehensive? Because, and the reason I pose that question is because at least as regards that Mr. Osborne's analysis in relation to Silverwood could be argued to be stretching policy 2.
Bearing in mind, Chair, that policy 2 is only one part of what needs to be considered in going through any plan change or variation, that there is still an overarching obligation to give effect to the NPSUD to achieve part 2 of the Act as well. In terms of forest and birds particular considerations here, I draw your attention to Appendix 11, which I have in my response, which does refer to, there is a header, natural resources. And clause 1 there talks about the protection, maintenance and enhancement of natural resources. It does say particularly those that have been identified in the plan, but it doesn't exclude others. And there's also the requirement to demonstrate how proposed subdivision use will protect, maintain and enhance the identified values of the resources identified above. 3 then goes on to talk about the integration of green networks, which includes ecological corridors and how they reflect underlying natural character values and provide opportunities for environmental restoration and biodiversity. And then under the documents to support the structure plan and plan change processes, there's also discussion there around freshwater and ecological assessments as well. So in my view, there is scope for consideration of biodiversity that is beyond what is already identified within significant natural areas, and I would consider it appropriate that it occurs through such a process. Again, as those criteria in P2 act as an initial filter, and then the structure plan guidance itself provides the more level of fine-grained detail.
Understand? Anything else on 311, team?
Ms. Sweetman, it doesn't really relate to the topic too much, but because you've raised it in paragraph 265, I've just got a couple of questions on the HPA. The first is 2019 the latest iteration of that document?
Yes, it is. The new one will be released soon.
That's a very precise term.
I know.
Is soon before
used it.
the 20th of August.
Yes,
I do.
it will be used. The new HBA will be used to inform the variation.
Okay. So is it potentially in draft form now, or is it the work on at the moment?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's imminent.
Will we be able to, would it be appropriate to ask Mr. Osborne questions of that, or is he not involved in that?
Timing wise, it may well be appropriate. Yes, I'm sure you can. I haven't been involved in it, so I can't answer questions on it.
Yes.
But Mr. Osborne and Mr. Heath, his colleague, have been.
Yes.
I just wanted to come back, Chair, while we're talking about the NPSUD vaguely, to your question earlier around Policy 3, and should those areas identified in the future urban zone near Porirua Bay be subject to Policy 3. That's a matter that the Council would be considering through the intensification variation, obviously. And so you will have recommendations on those in due course to address.
Okay, and there was a subsequent question, just again triggered by that paragraph 265, Ms. Sweetman, but it's going a little bit off topic, but I'll ask it anyway. It's just that I'm just trying to collect some facts on what's in and what's out. So you say at the end of that paragraph that Council has identified Judgeford Hills in its infrastructure strategy. So just to complete my little matrix that I've got in front of me, is that the same situation for Judgewood Flats? Is that also, yes?
Yes, it is.
And my first column, and I know you can't see it, is the growth strategy. So for the flats and hills, are they both a tick in that box? Yes. And just for completeness, even though I believe we're going to skip over Silverwood in terms of questions for today, in addition to any that we asked this morning, Silverwood, not in the growth strategy?
It is identified as a potential residential area
Okay.
in the growth area, in the growth strategy.
So a potential residential area. And how does that differ from the way Judgeford Hills is identified, if at all?
Judgeford Hills is identified in the growth strategy as a medium-term growth area.
Medium term, okay. Okay. And finally, the last quadrant of my matrix is for Silverwood in the infrastructure strategy.
So I'm just having to scroll down quite some distance. Okay, if you turn to my paragraph 314,
Yes.
where I state that I've reviewed the council's long-term plan 2021 to 2051. This plan references Silverwood alongside Whitby East as part of the financial strategy on page 143 and the infrastructure strategy on page 182 under planned developments 2021 to 2051 as providing 200 dwellings. It also mentions Silverwood in its significant assumptions.
Yes. Okay, it's not a simple yes or no, is it?
No.
Yep. No, that's fine. I've just inserted the paragraph reference there. And is the Judgewood Flats in the growth strategy? Oh, yes, you said yes.
Yes.
What it is, but how is it identified? We know the hills are identified as medium-term growth area. What's the terminology around the flats?
Judgeford Flat long-term employment area.
Thank you so much. That's a nice inventory.
So those are all set out in the section 32 and those section references I provided before in 4.12 in particular.
Always good to get it online. Thank you.
All right, 312, rules. Well, I don't have any questions on the rules. Commissioner Sinclair?
Nope.
Like a boomerang. 313, Appendix 11.
Just a note here in terms of Waka Kotahi, they addressed that in their evidence saying that they were satisfied with my response that industrial is part of business land.
No questions? We had a conflab over lunch. We won't ask you any Silverwood specific questions. I think we've picked up my concern of about how that feeds into the more general provisions. We'll save those for July. So 316 down page 75.
Wondered if anyone had questions on 315.
Was it? Did I miss 315? Oh yes, sorry.
I don't.
That's oh yes, 315. Anything 315, guy? Team?
Just one from me, sir.
Yep.
And it's probably a question to Mr. McDonnell, actually, and just the reference that Ms. Sweetman makes at paragraph 354. This was the zoning request from Mr. Adler to rezone the property to rural lifestyle settlement. And just wondered what Mr. McDonnell's recommendation was there.
I'll just find the reference for you in my report.
Yeah.
The recommendation was to reject. It was covered in section 3.3 of the Rural Zones report.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
As I say, in terms of Mr Adler's property, that when Judgeford Hills is potentially rezoned in the future, it's likely that that would be able to be considered through that process.
So your point would be that if he could negotiate access through the 1010 property, he might be off and running.
Yes, but that's obviously out of our hands. Yep.
.316, rezoning from future urban zone. Any questions? I don't.
All seems clear. No?
None of these submitters are appearing, I don't think.
Correct.
Correct.
And we've already canvassed a number of these
Yes.
issues. Well, that seems to be that. Any last mop-up questions from Ms Sweetman? Bearing in mind that there's a whole raft of issues around Silverwood that have held over until July.
I think so.
Well,
Before going to subdivision.
what's it?
Before going to subdivision.
Yes, so we'll thank Ms Sweetman for her contribution, yeoman effort, over many hours. We'll take a 5-minute break, comfort break, before we get ourselves emotionally prepared to discuss subdivision issues. to talk about subdivision. Mr. Speaton, having waited patiently for your moment in the Porirua sunshine.
Yes, good afternoon. I've got some brief notes which I'll just read through reasonably quickly. I can circulate them to Ash to provide to you later if you wish. So I'm just going to speak briefly to just to introduce my Section 42A report, my supplementary planning evidence, and the relevant submitted statements. So my Section 42A report addressed submissions and further submissions received on the subdivision chapter. There were approximately 183 original submissions and 81 further submissions received on that chapter. My report goes through the key issues that were raised through those submissions, which related to minimum allotment size in the rural lifestyle zone, provision of Esplanade reserves, subdivision in the future urban zone, which we've obviously just been speaking about at some length, provision for unit title subdivision, reverse sensitivity in the Radio New Zealand site at Titahi Bay, and then specific issues for the objectives, policies, rules and standards. I've recommended a number of amendments to the subdivision chapter in response to those submissions. And additionally, I note that my report addresses the recent Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act and the, in part, the associated upcoming variations to the PDP to give effect to the NPSUD. So I'll take that report as read and obviously answer any questions shortly. I also know I've read the respective evidence of the submitters on the subdivision chapter, which were Mr. Dean Raymond for Heritage New Zealand, Mr. Graham McHarrison for Spark, Ms. Claudia Jones for Waka Kotahi, and Ms. Natalie Webb for First Gas Limited. And I've responded to that evidence in my supplementary planning evidence, which in short didn't recommend any further changes, but primarily addressed the matters relating to subdivision rule 10, relating to heritage settings, items and sites, and subdivision standard 7 relating to telecommunication infrastructure. And again, I'll take that as read. And so I also note that some relevant submitted statements have been provided. I haven't addressed that in my supplementary planning evidence, but I note that I've read the statements from Ms. Robin Smith, Transpower, and Mr. Grant Binns, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have at this stage, acknowledging that they'll be able to speak to those statements in the upcoming days.
My first question relates to section 3.3 on rural lifestyle lot size. Anything before 3.3?
Paragraph 24.
Paragraph 24. 3.1. I think Commissioner Sinclair is in front of you. So, Commissioner Sinclair.
Yeah, Mr. Smeaton, paragraph 24, you refer to the future variation to give effect to the NPSUD, etc., and that there are submissions that have been that you've deferred or suggest be deferred till then. And that's because they're on specifically address the urban zones. So when you mean urban zones, what do you mean when you mean urban zones?
I believe there's a definition in the PDP for urban zones.
What I'm specifically trying to get at is excludes the fuzz.
Yes.
Does that?
Yes, the future urban zone is not an urban zone.
Not an urban zone, yep. So anything, if there was there's no subdivision mentioned, and that would just be relying on whatever the current zoning of that land is.
Yes.
Yep. No. Okay, no, that's clear, thank you.
So, sir, my question is a supplementary to that.
Carry on.
Just trying to work out how to phrase it. Presumably, Mr. Smeaton, you're not saying that those submissions that you've listed in the table, they're not deemed submissions to the future variation, are they?
No. I think the intention is that they were essentially addressing something that is going to potentially change
Yes.
or proposed to be changed through a variation. So they would be considered at a later stage through a later hearing stream.
Where does that leave the panel in terms? Does the panel make it? Are they required to make a decision on the submissions that were lodged to the PDP dealing with this matter?
To my knowledge, yes, you will need to. But that can be done at a later hearing stream. I think it's just a question of timing on when those submissions are heard.
Wouldn't it?
Well, will they be heard? Won't they be heard through the variation process? Well, if there are in fact submissions, but in the meantime, those submissions that are live on the PDP, they don't simply fall away, though, do they?
No, I don't think they fall away. No.
Yes. So, are you recommending that the decision that we make or recommend is that that they're dealt through, these matters are dealt with through a separate process? I'm just a bit unclear about the timing and the process. That's all. I don't have the answer by any means.
I think I might just have to consider that a little bit further.
Yeah. Do you understand what I'm getting at, though?
I do. Yes. Yeah.
Well, go back to the answer to the first question. You said that they wouldn't be deemed submissions, and I'm thinking, well, why not? Won't the variation, if these are specific, are about subdivision in specific to urban zones, won't they be included within the variation? And I've forgotten what clause that it is in the first schedule that says if you have a variation that catches up with the primary plan, all of the submissions on the original version are carried over to be considered in the variation. Now, there's the complication that in this case the variation will be considered in a different process. I don't know whether that would preclude that applying, but that's the way for it. The Commissioner's going to tell me which clause it is. I think it's 16 something.
Don't know.
It doesn't appear quite. 16, a variation to a proposed policy statement or plan. Local authority may initiate plan changes, being alterations other than those under 16 to a proposed statement or
Keep
plan
going.
any time. The provisions of this schedule with all necessary modifications.
No, it's not that. It's the next one.
Merger.
16B.
Be merged.
Yes. So yeah, having
That submission or appeal shall be deemed to be a submission appeal against the variation. Yeah.
yes. So I think I was incorrect in my previous answer, and yes, I'll have to look at that a little bit more closely, and I think provide a clearer response in my writer reply. But on basis of that clause, then yes, his submissions would be deemed to be a submission on the variation.
As well. So,
Yes.
And so even if And then what happens if the person makes a submission?
They have two
on the-
submissions.
They have two submissions. They make a submission on the variation as well as their standing submission
Yes.
on the proposed plan.
Something for you to think about for action at a future point in time, Mr. Smeaton, might be a good idea if the public notice on the variation was very clear about that. Because while the submissions are carried over, depending on the extent to which the variation changes the underlying provisions, the submission may no longer make sense. So while theoretically in play, won't actually take the hearing panel anywhere, but people may be misled if it's not explained in words of one syllable that they need to think about that.
Yes, it's a good suggestion, yes, so we'll have to consider that.
You had something on section 3.1, Commissioner McMahon. Is that the answer to the question? That they are deemed submissions on the variation, they will be heard through the variation,
Yes,
even if they don't make sense in the context of the variation.
yes. I'm just not certain as to how our decision addresses the matter, or is it just referred to the variation?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that that would be my plan.
Sorry, no, I didn't.
Okay, I had on the issue of minimum allotment size in the rural lifestyle zone. I got as far as paragraph 93. Any advance on paragraph 93?
I have one.
Go for it.
Mr. Smeaton, your paragraph 74, where you talk about possible sort of perverse outcomes with having a averaging out your allotment sizes. Have you got examples of where this can occur?
Not to my knowledge. Certainly not within Porirua, because we don't have that mechanism in the current plan. It is discussed within the section 32. To my memory, I don't think that provided any examples either. Yeah, so no.
No, that's all right. I just wondered whether I can understand that technically if one does the maths, that's what you come out with, but whether there was some concrete evidence that that's what people actually did.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and double check the section 32. I didn't prepare that myself, so I'm not sure. If that did have any background in an appendix where it may have provided some detail on that, but I can check that. But on hand, I don't have any examples.
Thank you.
Well, coincidentally, I have dealt with a similar issue in Queenstown where the developers are particularly far-sighted and tend to operate in stages. Where in there the plan provided a mechanism, and I've forgotten exactly what the wording was, but effectively to preclude sequential subdivisions. I think it was to exclude the balance block. From consideration. Where there is a balance blocks, to exclude that from the calculation of the average. Is that a viable prospect in this district?
I think if worded very carefully, you could include more clauses in there to prevent that sort of multi-stage subdivision process, which I've outlined in my section 42.
And so the follow-up is the merit in considering that further, or is the simple approach the best one?
In my opinion, the more simple, the better. And I think it's this multi-stage potential for multi-stage sort of subdivision is sort of one aspect of the argument for the minimum allotment size. In my section 42A, I've also discussed the transport outcomes as well, which Mr. McDonnell has also addressed in his rural zoning section 42As in terms of the potential for adverse effects on the existing rural roads, which I can't remember the technical expert's name, but has also addressed
Whitaker.
Yes. So that's another sort of primary reason for that, where reducing further the minimum allotment size results in greater potential for more allotments and therefore greater pressure on the rural roading network.
And reverting to Queenstown, for the benefit of the Commissioner, that's what the Hawthorn decision was about. It was the Hawthorn Triangle that was subdivided in stages and then used the initial stage development to leverage the subsequent stages, in effect saying that the rural amenity, such as it was, had been compromised to a degree there wasn't anything left to protect.
And just a follow-up question on this, the minimum lot size and that. So can you tell what account has wastewater disposal areas, since none of these rural lifestyles, as I understand it, are on reticulated wastewater? And given that you've got to have it's a permitted activity under the PNRP, and that you have to have a certain area for the waste disposal field plus a certain area for the reserve for the waste disposal area, how has that factored in to the determination of what the minimum lot size is for rural lifestyle for Porirua?
Yes, so I believe that was canvassed in the Section 32 report, which looked at the requirements under the regional plans for disposal of wastewater, and determined that 2 hectare was generally sufficient. But I suppose it's always a site-specific sort of determination as well.
So did you say 2 hectares was generally sufficient?
Yes, yep.
So that's the minimum lot size in rural lifestyle under the PDP?
Correct.
So what is it? Is it the same under the ODP?
No, so that's what Mr. McDonnell was discussing earlier, where under the ODP, within the rural zone, which there's only one zone,
Right.
it is, I believe it's controlled for a 40 hectare, and then at 5 hectare or above, it is discretionary, I believe, and then below 5 hectares, it becomes non-complying. So what Porirua has experienced under the ODP is quite a number of 5 hectare allotments, which is, as I've sort of discussed in my section 42A, why there's quite a large number of that sort of 5 to 6 hectare number of allotments within what is now proposed to become the rural lifestyle zone.
Right. So, so it's 2 hectares for rural lifestyle. And under the PDP, what's the minimum lot size for rural general subdivision, whatever it's called?
It was
So it was, what not under the ODP, under the PDP.
under the PDP, yeah. Sorry, I just have to refresh my memory. I haven't actually looked at that all that much. So under the general rural, it's still a 40 hectare minimum. which also applies to the future urban zone as well.
And so, what is it, by default, all future urban zones are all zoned general residential, general rural. All for them, all the fuzz zones. They're all general rural.
No. So currently,
They have the same subdivision requirements
yes,
as general rural.
yes,
Oh, right.
yes.
But they keep their, okay.
My question about at paragraph 93 is you're saying in the section 32 report, subdivision at 2 hectares minimum was specifically selected because it would protect rural character. What was the evidential base underlying that view in the section 32 report?
I don't think there was any specific evidence provided to support that. It was just discussed quite sort of generally in the section 32 as to the minimum allotment size in relation to character, but
Is the
my colleague has reminded me that there is a landscape management strategy. Is it?
There's a Porirua Landscape Management 2013 that recommended that considered rural character amenity and said that 2 hectares would still provide for that.
"2013's quite old in the scheme of things. Do you think that you have a sufficient evidential basis to say, well, if 2 hectares is enough to preserve rural character, 1 hectare isn't?
I believe so.
Perhaps another question is what activity status does it go to if you try to go below 2 hectares?
Generally, it goes to discretionary activity status. So there is still the opportunity to seek a resource consent and have that granted.
And I suppose relevantly, none of the submitters seeking this relief are attending with their own evidence to contradict your view. My next question is at paragraph 101, and it's really a query. Is that a typo? REO2. Should that be RLZO2? But that might be, is that the strategic objective
Yes.
for the rural environment?
Yes, yes.
That's correct as stated.
Yes.
102. Or 101 actually.
101.
That's why you're confused, sorry. Next, anything else on rural allotment sizes? Going to Esplanade Reserves. I was reading your assessment of Ms. Smith's submission, and there are 2 points here. Is there any possibility that the line of mean high water springs might go through an allotment?
Yes, and I'm thinking of a couple of examples where there are allotments where part of it would seem to be within a coastal marine area.
So in terms of accepting the thrust of Ms. Smith's submission, do we need to provide for that too?
I'm just thinking of the clauses of the RMA where if you do subdivide an allotment, where it requires you to set aside the area that's within the marine area, which I read the other day, but I can't now put my finger on the section of the Act.
Two, one,
I think
208,
yeah.
somewhere around there.
So whether or not that would be required, I don't think it would be necessary.
So in
I don't know,
effect, the
someone
area below
220.
mean high water springs, if there is one, is already taken as Esplanade Reserve.
In effect, I think, yeah. I will have to double check that to confirm the accuracy.
237A.
Well, the Commissioner.
Survey plan shall show the vesting authority. 237 capital A. That might provide some guidance, Mr. Smeaton, but you tell us.
Next question is, in terms of the mischief you're trying to address, I was puzzling over the language and thinking, well, there's the issue that Ms. Smith has drawn attention to where, because it says adjoins, a bank of a river more than 3 metres, is there an ambiguity here where the text could be read, it's only the lots less than 4 hectares that adjoin the stream? If you had a balanced lot, then this wouldn't require an Esplanade Reserve, and is that what you intend?
Yes. So I believe where the lot is not, or is greater than 4 hectares, then it would not require the Esplanade
where the lot post subdivision.
Correct. That was my reading of the section of the RMA that requires the Esplanade Reserve to be set aside.
And that would be a problem with the wording that Ms. Smith suggested, because that would pull in if the balance lot was, say, 10 hectares that adjoined the stream, it would still have, where she was suggesting where any part of the land adjoins or encompasses.
From memory, I think her proposed wording still included the 4 hectare threshold.
But, yes, but it says, she was going to add on the end, where any part of the land, so any subdivision involving the creation of one or more sites less than 4 hectares, where any part of the land adjoins or encompasses. So that would include the balance lot. So
It could be confusing, yeah. And yes, I did have a couple of goes at wording or amending the standard to correctly articulate what was required.
well, so that was going to be my next question. Does it need to say flows through or adjoins an allotment of less than 4 hectares? Because the balance lot is still of an allotment.
Not from my reading of it, because I was reading the clauses sort of together. Allotments less than 4 hectares, which adjoins B, the bank of the river.
Or we'll say flows through or adjoins one of those allotments rather than an allotment. It's the and that I was picking up on. So think about that.
Yes, yep.
Or adjoins a 4 hectare or less allotment,
Yeah, something like that.
something like that.
In terms of the subdivision of the fuzz, just interrupt me, Commissioners, if you've got a question in the meantime. It seemed to me that this was tied together with Ms. Sweetman's recommendation on the submissions seeking the ability to immediately develop without going through the structure plan and plan change process.
Correct.
Because if you have that process, well, the relief they're seeking in the subdivision chapter would only make sense if you had that ability.
Correct.
Commissioner? And of course, Ms. Sweetman has recommended that we not have that. In terms of you have something on 138?
138. I had just this, starting at 136, this is in subdivision P7. The number of submitters there seeking that the wording change to manage rather than avoid. Did any of the submitters indicate that what management to what end it should be changed to?
I think that's addressed by just the subsequent paragraph there, 1 through 9. So taking the changes they sought as a whole, they also sought inclusion of the phrase does not occur at the end of the introductory sentence. So it would be manage the subdivision so that these things do not occur, and then the subsequent list.
Right, and then your idea is that that's not different
To yes,
to the term avoid. Does not occur.
in effect, I thought that the difference would be marginal, and that the avoid is a more directive and is more in accordance with the language of the RMA as well. So.
Cool, thank you.
Question about interpretation of what's there already. So, except before you tell me that there may not be any scope for this, I have a question for you about how it should be interpreted. Subclause 4, reverse sensitivity effects avoid subdivision within the FUZ that may result in reverse sensitivity effects when urban development occurs. Which way around is that? Which is the sensitive activity? Is it the urban development that's the sensitive activity creating effects for what is already there, or is it something that is sensitive to urban development? And if so, what would that be?
My reading of it is that it is the sensitivity of the new urban development to the existing activities that may be in the surrounding location. And the reason I say that is because it's the subdivision that is resulting in the reverse sensitivity.
I suppose ultimately, I say in a FUZ, where it's clearly signalled that urban development is going to occur, isn't that a problem for someone wanting to establish said sensitive activity? Or is there concern that they will then oppose the upzoning?
What would an example be of an activity? Would it be subdividing a rural block and establishing a pig farm, for example?
To be honest, I'll focus mainly on the submissions. I haven't considered this.
That would be the subsequent activity anyway. It wouldn't be the subdivision that created that.
Yep, yep.
I'm afraid, I can't answer that at the moment in much detail. I do know there is, the clause underneath it, which is a reverse sensitivity effects on existing rural activities or infrastructure. So I guess it's trying to cover off both.
Okay. The up to 3.6, talking about unit title subdivision, whether it's in Rule 3 or Rule 4. Saying, what is a unit title subdivision? In fact, what is subdivision of land around an existing established building that creates no vacant allotments? How could you get that?
That would be in a case where you may have. Sorry, I'll take a step back. Under the current operative district plan, you can have 3 residential units on a site without subdividing. So there may be instances where there are multiple residential units on a site where the owner may want to subdivide to then sell off that unit.
Gotcha.
And the rule is structured in a way where you can first or at the same time seek land use consent for that activity, as well as seeking subdivision consent.
And so, what's the definition of a vacant lot for this purpose?
I don't believe there's a definition in the plan itself.
Okay, what's your definition?
Yeah.
Your interpretation,
Yes.
if not definition.
It would be an allotment that doesn't have development on it, including
Under the unit title. But it wouldn't be an allotment until such time as it was subdivided via unit title.
yes. I was thinking more generally. If it just a sort of a standard freehold subdivision. So be aware a vacant site it is free. Well, where the proposed site is free of any other activities or land uses on it.
So in effect, it's what you're targeting. What you're excluding is subdivisions that facilitate a new development on a block of land.
Yes, so for this rule, yeah, it's allowing for as I was saying before, a subdivision where there's existing activities on the site, but it works in conjunction with the previous rule, where if there is a vacant allotment created, then that vacant allotment needs to meet the minimum allotment size, because this rule 4 doesn't refer to subdivision standard 1. Right. They don't need to meet the minimum allotment size, and that creates greater flexibility for the existing activities.
And in effect, there's no additional lot or whatever, because the site is fully occupied. They've just put subdivision lines around you.
Correct.
Dwellings that are already in place. There's nothing additional being added. So it's the purpose of the rule is to provide for those situations.
Correct, and the rule specifies that through the subdivision, you can't create any additional non-compliances with the other rules in the plan. So recession plane breaches or setbacks or stuff like that. But the existing non-compliances are accepted as part of the existing environment.
Yeah, and they'll be there anyway.
I also note that it's very much in line with actually what has come through the RMA EHS Amendment Act requirements for the plan as well. So that actually sets out basically that all these plans have to include a rule like this one.
What's that in?
Sorry, the Enabling Housing Supply Amendment
In
Act.
the MDRS.
Yes.
Yep.
Also, in terms of the juxtaposition between different rules, I was wondering if, on the same logic as survey and spatial submission, in some way that Rule 5 needs to be subject to Rule 3 needs to be subject to Rule 5. All of the other subsequent rules are adding additional requirements, but that's subtracting them.
Sorry, could you explain that a little bit
Like
further?
subdivision to create a vacant allotment that you're going to put infrastructure on would fall within Rule 3 and Rule 5. So which prevails? Or both, or do they both apply?
The way I understood it is subdivision Rule 5, where the allotment is specifically for infrastructure, would apply.
Well, I'm sure that that's the intention, but it doesn't say that.
I am thinking the other rules specify that rules, 1 to 5 apply.
Yes.
Yeah, so I can see that there might need to be a note or something else to clarify that.
A solution that I've given no consideration to is adding to the end of heading of Rule 3, excluding Rule 5, for instance, but it's something that probably needs a bit more work. Is there anything at the front of the plan that says something about the specific overrides the general in relation to rules or interpretation? And I'm about to be corrected by the chair, since that's an actual legal matter, and I'll...
The other thing is that
something like that.
what I have seen is the most restrictive rule applies, in which case that would be Rule 3. Because it's got a whole lot of additional
Right,
performance standards.
Okay.
Yes, I see your point, and some clarification, would probably not go astray.
I'd be happy to leave it to you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, I'll scope will need to be considered in that as well.
Next question I had,
162?
162 for Commissioner Sinclair.
I was reading paragraph 162 in that, which talks about the transmission facilities on the Whitireia Peninsula, and the 500 metre radius. In 162 at the end, the second mast is approximately 500 metres. So, sorry, when we went there,
There's only one mast.
I thought there was only one mast because they've taken the other one down. So, which is the one further, the one they took down, I'm currently on Google Earth, is the one further to the, I'll just get the directions correct. The one further to the north is being removed, which is the one closest to the coast.
Right.
And the other one, which is further south, closer to their actual building facility, is the only one that remains. So could you clarify that and see whether there's any amendments or whatever you might need to make to that
Yes,
in relation to that section?
Apologies, I was probably looking at some older
Yes,
maps. From memory, I don't think it would affect my analysis particularly much, because of the remaining mast is the one that is closest to the residential areas,
Right,
so
okay.
has the greatest potential reverse sensitivity effect, or the potential for reverse sensitivity effects.
Anything on objectives? 3.8. Policies, in relation to your recommendation on policy 1, Transpower query that whether there should also be reference to INFP 6.
Correct. And I, having not heard them speak to that yet, I don't think it would require that because subdivision within the National Grid subdivision corridor has its own rule, and which I think they also said that should be amended to refer to INF P6 as recommended in my section 42A for the infrastructure chapter, because I recommended to split that P5 into two policies, which I agree with, but because that rule would refer to the infrastructure policy relating to reverse sensitivity specifically for the National Grid, I don't think that subdivision policy 1 clause 4 would also require that cross-reference, because it would be superfluous. If that makes sense. It was
One observation is that you won't be hearing from them because they've just tabled their commentary, so it's sort of what you see is what you get. The policy 4 first question I had related to your suggestion, remove the phrase where opportunities exist and say where new roads are proposed. And the effect of that is include transport network connections within and between communities. And I wondered whether the practical ability to do that is going to depend on the nature of the subdivision. I had in mind a small subdivision with a single cul-de-sac around a single cul-de-sac, how that's going to, first of all, how it could, and secondly, why you would need it to.
So what I was thinking with that amendment is that, and I was thinking of a very similar example to yourself, is that pedestrian or cycling connections between the cul-de-sac could be made to other roads. I acknowledge that would require existing roads to be available in the right place to achieve that. But as I sort of stated in my the body of my section 42A, I was trying to integrate with my recommended changes to the transport, to the infrastructure chapter relating to no exit roads as well, where I recommended some additional policy clauses relating to pedestrian and cycling access between cul-de-sacs and existing roads. So I think there normally would be opportunity to include that. It may not be achievable in all circumstances, but I think my recommended change is a slight softening of that policy.
Is it softening because you've gone from where opportunities exist, including connections, to where new roads are proposing include connections? Does it need to say have some where possible?
Yeah, and I think that's what I sort of discussed in the body of my report. I think it was a kind of a balanced approach because not all subdivisions would require a new road, so it would only be sort of the larger subdivisions that would actually incorporate new roads. So it sort of set a bit of a threshold for the size of subdivision where those connections would subsequently be required.
Well, is the answer then to focus on, well, what is a new road? Like 100 metres of cul-de-sac is...
Well, if it's been vested in council as a road, then...
But even if it's even if it's public road, is there in effect a length below which it's in the de minimis category?
And I think that's where that recommended amendments to the infrastructure chapter, which I recommended previously, where it was 100 metres maximum for a cul-de-sac before it triggered into requiring a wider and larger road type. So whether or not there's a minimum threshold, it's a little bit harder to to answer. I think, as you sort of suggested, where possible is kind of going back to where that policy clause currently is, with where opportunities exist.
That I think that where possible gets you back to where opportunities exist, but defining some length of road below which you don't need, that this wouldn't apply, would be much more objective. Even if it's inherently arbitrary, you'd be putting some sense of what does the plan consider to be de minimis in this category. At what length is it not unreasonable to think, well, people who walk or cycle in can walk or cycle out again without too much difficulty? Think about it. I think that's you've recommended accepting a Whakakatahi submission, so deleting qualification for consistency with the zone. Does that mean that you think that it's consistent with every zone that a variety of travel modes would be required?
Yeah, as I discussed in, again, the body of the report, while the mix of modes will very likely vary between the different zones, in my mind, there's always going to need to be provision for a mix of some description. And in deleting that first part of the policy clause, I was also just relating to the clause also includes a variety of travel modes that reflect the purpose, character, and amenity values of the zone.
Well, I think that maybe you need to look at the language, because it says including walking, cycling, and access, because they're conjunctive. That says the entire mix is appropriate in every zone, rather than a mix of some of those.
I don't read that myself so much, but because of the what would now become the start of the clause would be providing for a variety of travel modes.
Yeah, but those are the minimum. Those three are the minimum, plus any others, because that's what the including does. Your mix must include those three, but it might include some others.
Yeah, okay. I can see how that can be read in that way.
I'm not. I don't have any bright suggestions as to how you could reword it, but I think that's something I think you need to think about. I'm up to well, I'm actually up to having a cup of coffee, to tell you the truth.
I've only got two more. How many do you have?
You'd have to have a coffee and,
Yep, sure.
and come back. So we'll break for a quarter of an hour, come back at 4 o'clock. We can assure you, Mr. Spenton, you're going to be out of here today. We'll restart. Thank you. My next question relates to section 310.10 on page 48. Any advance on?
I'm at 267.
260.
267 to 275. Mr. Smith, this was these submissions seeking the removal of reference to the hazard map overlays and Porirua request that be removed. And then in your...
Sorry, Commissioner. Is your microphone?
Oh, no.
Sorry.
You're correct, it's not.
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, para 271, this is Kaingarora's request about removing the notification requirements in relation to flooding events. And that's sort of thing. So your conclusion is that those, when you're saying accepted in part, you've got a piece here that in the end of that para 271, limited notification to adjacent owners may be appropriate due to the potential effects for experienced adjoining land, particularly in relation to displacement of floodwater. Right? So it seems to me that flooding doesn't necessarily affect just the adjacent land. That depends on what you're actually undertaking as part of your subdivision and development. So the potential earthworks in terms of the construction of the map, surely that could be wider. The effects could be downstream, the effects could be upstream. It's not just limited to the properties that directly adjoin. They could be on the other side of a river, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. I take your point on that. I think what I probably could have articulated better and is reflected in my proposed, my recommended amendment to only preclude public notification. So when I was thinking about that submission point, I was considering that there may be slightly wider effects, but that those effects could be identified in terms of the location and the persons that may affect and therefore need to be limited notified.
Right.
So yes, I think in my in my analysis I only referred to adjoining, but that could be slightly wider, as you say, upstream or downstream. But I think with appropriate modelling, that could be determined.
So your point is not necessarily adjoining, but identifiable.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
The question I had about Rule 12 and your response to Ms. Smith, I understand that your reasoning at paragraph 301 and 302. It occurred to me that it wouldn't just be unnecessarily constraining subdivision. It might produce a situation where if there's no access, that might preclude subdivision entirely.
Yes, I think development of a subsequent allotment.
Because I think that, as you're well aware, subdivision implies development rights, and as I understand, the purpose of identifying building platforms is to ensure that there is at least a conceivable scenario where those development rights might be exercised. You could have a
Correct. And I think, but based on the fact that the policy refers to vehicle accessways, potentially the intent of the rule as proposed in the proposed district plan was for identifying the building platform and other subsequent matters that would relate to that. But I think Ms. Smith is correct that stating those to clearly require them in the plan is better.
And my question then is, does the same logic apply to subdivisions and ONFLs and coastal high character zones?
Well, again, I'm not aware of any submissions that would provide scope for that, but in the, I guess the broader question, I think it would possibly depend on the values of those overlays. I think because the eco chapter specifically includes rules which place restrictions on development such as earthworks or clearance of that indigenous vegetation, that is much more clearly going to impede development of a site where those are not specifically identified on the subdivision plan. I'm not as sure as to if that would apply so much to those other overlays, and it's outside of my my area. Those chapters are, at least.
That's a fair point. My next point is page 52.
Sorry?
I think querying whether this should refer to P6. Rather than either as well as or instead of P5.
Yes.
INF.
INF P5.
5 and 6.
Yes.
Is it and or, but P6 would seem to be relevant.
Yes, and that was what I was referring to earlier, where I agreed with the submitted statement from Transpower, in as much as assuming that the panel accept my recommendations on the infrastructure chapter to split out that policy, then a consequential amendment to this will be required.
So,
And what's the end result that you would recommend as a result?
Yes, just replacing INFP5 with INFP6. I don't think it needs to refer to INFP5, as I was saying before. I've recommended inclusion within subdivision P1 to cross-reference. So,
okay. Yeah, then my sort of related question to that was, so does this align with the infrastructure chapter recommendations that you've made, these amendments?
the other amendments, yes, I believe so.
All the rest of that R1, does that all align with the recommendations that you gave us for the infrastructure chapter?
So, sorry, R1 or R14?
What is it? R1, 4 or 5, whatever. I can't read it.
Yes. So I've recommended inclusion of the word subdivision within the heading to amend that term, which was a recommendation I made in the infrastructure chapter, and the rest I don't believe has any impact on the infrastructure chapter.
Okay, no, thank you.
My next questions were on page 55 and 56 next. And so my issue, Mr. Smeaton, is whether there is scope for your suggested amendments both on S2 and S3, because the submission is seeking to narrow the number of provisions referred to, and you're recommending in response that rather than the 4 specified standards, S2 refer to the provisions, which would include objectives and policies, would include the introduction, would include everything else. And similar logic where you've gone through from a specific reference to a couple of rules to the provisions for roads, which I haven't checked as to whether there are other provisions for roads, but it seems on the face of it to be a lot broader, and the submitter seeking to narrow it in each case.
Yes, I think in terms of this first one, subdivision S2, the submitter was seeking clarity in relation to whether or not a vehicle access would be required if no parking is proposed on the site. So, in my mind, referring to the provisions, which I take your point was, it's probably broadened it out too much if it includes the objectives and policies. But because the rules quite clearly differentiate, and the rules in the transport chapter differentiate between where sites are provided with parking and therefore require a vehicle access, was clearer. In my mind, to refer more generally to those provisions rather than try and cross-reference within this policy to where car parks are proposed or where they are not.
And S3?
So yeah, in this case, Kāinga Ora was seeking complete deletion of the standard, and sought consequential changes resulting from the subdivision points on the infrastructure and transport chapters, which
As I say, happy for you to leave it to reply and give us a reasoned answer. I think that because we're not going to hear from Kāinga Ora, I think you need to explain to us your reasoning once you've considered the point. I feel like there may be an alternative route to where you've recommended.
yeah, well, I think I've sort of relied on their consequential changes sought as a result of what they had sought through infrastructure and transport chapters to then make changes to this. But I can explain that more fully and write a reply.
On S7, telecommunications, on which we're going to hear from Mr. McCarrison. In my quick skim of his speaking notes suggests he's not backing off. His position, I can understand your logic of providing for fibre in urban zones, but in terms of Mr. McCarrison's point about not foreclosing on future technology, is there room to provide as an alternative for an alternative telecommunication connection that provides the same level of service as fibre? Because I think your point is you don't want this to be have effectively wireless satellite coverage only in an urban area, and for some developer to say that that'll be hunky-dory.
Yeah, correct. In my mind, and based on the information as I presented in my report for the specified fibre areas within the urban zones, it should be quite efficient to provide connections within those urban zones for fibre. So I don't really see a need to provide any more flexibility within the provisions.
I suppose what I was thinking of in terms was, yes, if you had a subdivision tomorrow, that would undoubtedly be the answer. But if you had a subdivision in 10 years' time, at the point when this plan is limping to replacement and Greater Wellington and the local authorities are still discussing the macro plan that the MBEA would require, and there is an alternative technology at that point. That's what I was trying to cast my mind forward and saying, well, what's the requirement? Well, you're saying fibre because it has a particular level of service, but it seems that the telecommunication gurus are coming up with new technology every couple of years, but it's faster than that.
So for instance, is telecommunications a better word or not?
Yeah, as they use, hence my suggestion, use fibre and say, well, if you've got something that will provide the same or a better level of service, well, what's the problem?
Yeah, I think it would be difficult to imagine a new technology that would provide a better or equivalent level of service, particularly where it seems to be a lot of the technological advances are occurring through the wireless or cellular technology. I can see, I do concede that there could be some greater flexibility written into that standard, but in terms of the effectiveness of the actual connection as well, I think fibre is still the standard at the moment, and I would not actually want to change my position on that at the moment.
Okay, understood.
Supplementary on that.
Supplementary.
So, Mr. Smeaton, what's the activity status for subdivision in non-rural lands that don't for non-compliance with Standard 7? May well vary depending on the particular zone, but for the group of non-rural zones.
I'm just double checking. So it would become where a vacant allotment is created, it would become a restricted discretionary
Okay.
activity.
Yes. And it doesn't go beyond that?
No.
No, okay.
And the matters of discretion relate to any infringed standard, and then policies 1, 4 and 5.
Policy 145.
So if an alternative was sought to be provided, then that would just become a matter of discretion under that standard.
Okay.
I had a question about the second half of the policy for the other zones. The requirement for provision of confirmation from a network operator confirming that connection to a telecommunication network can be provided to all new allotments and describing how this can be achieved. And I was thinking to myself, well, dial-up is a connection to a transport telecommunication network. Do we need some standard of quality of service? Like, we can ask Mr. McCarrison what it should be if we have one, but what would your answer in principle be?
I think if one could be stated, then that would be beneficial. I'm just casting my mind back to when I wrote this, and if I considered, or what I considered would be an appropriate standard, and I don't think I came up with one. So if Mr. McCarrison could enlighten us on that, then that would be beneficial. But at the moment, I'm not able to state that.
Because I'm following the same reasoning, hopefully, that the chair's just expounded, that is, shouldn't there be one for telecommunications in the same way that there is for the three waters, where there are reference to
Some
levels of service and things like that in order for subdivisions or whatever potentially to occur, relating that to the Three Waters chapter.
I think it's slightly more difficult because Three Waters are obviously controlled by council. And
at the moment.
Correct. Owned by council.
No pun, but some water to go under the bridge.
Yes. Whereas telecommunications is obviously provided by multiple different companies, and
At the moment,
which would have their own standards for the different services provided.
Yep.
So I think it's differentiated in that way, and I guess similarly we don't have standards for electricity supply because that's controlled by the lines companies themselves.
Yes, that's regulated under the Electricity Act.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I'm now going to the supplementary. And I wondered if, first of all, as regards Mr. Raymond's contribution, whether you have misunderstood his point, because you've said you don't think it that you consider that the rule wording captures the scenario. I think my reading of his point was that it would capture situations that don't need to be regulated. i.e. that the rule is overbroad in its application and needs to be constrained, not enlarged, which is what I infer you to have read it as.
Possibly I have misunderstood then in that case.
Well, rather than ask you to think on the hoof, because we're not hearing in person from Mr. Raymond, can I ask you that you respond to that and reply? Because as I say, I think that he's suggesting that the rule be refined so it applies. So if a subdivision doesn't actually impact the heritage setting, then it's not caught.
Yes, I think I did consider that. And I think I still came to the same conclusion that even if there is so I guess there's two aspects that I was considering when I was thinking about this. There is the fact that I think where there is a site which contains a heritage item with a heritage setting and is proposed to be subdivided, even if that subdivision does not affect the heritage item or setting, I think there is still value in going through the resource consent process to ensure that there are no effects on the heritage item itself through that subdivision, which I think could occur because of effects on the wider site itself. The other aspect I was thinking about was that there are very few instances within the district where that would actually potentially occur. So I think the risk is very low of any perverse outcomes.
Okay, and the second question relates to Mr. McCarrison's requested relief. I understand your reasoning. I'm stepping back from it. The issue Mr. McCarrison raises about S7 is about number 4. At the time of subdivision, sufficient land must for telecoms of all equipment of all kinds must be set aside. Understand your point about consultation and what the Act says. If no, my question would be, if no one asks the telcos or the relevant telco how much land they want, how's the council going to know whether sufficient land has in fact been set aside?
Yeah, that's a good question. There may be requirements set out in, say, development standards for what would be considered to be sufficient land. I don't think that's the case in our current standards.
And I know there are information requirements in the balance of the standard, but is there room to make it not a consultation requirement, but rather as an information standard require an applicant to say the basis on which it says sufficient land has been set aside. Now, and if the answer to that is anything other than we asked the telco, or it might be because we got independent telecommunication advice from a telecommunication specialist, then red flags might go up within the council, within the with the subdivision processing team.
Yes, I can see that something of that nature could be beneficial. I'm just thinking in my own mind whether there are other sources of what would be considered to be sufficient.
There seem to be hordes of
Yes.
Spark employees around who would presumably be in business of advising, or could be in the business of advising developers.
Yes, so I think that could be a good suggestion. I do note, I think as I noted in my evidence, that the policies do include reference to consultation with infrastructure owners.
Yeah.
So whether that needs some policy, something to to hang it off, so to speak, as well.
But I think the rule says you must have sufficient land, and the immediate question is, well, in whose opinion? What is sufficient? And so requiring information would be an obvious first step, I think.
Yep.
That was all I had, team. Any more for any more?
No.
Well, on that note, we will adjourn the hearing. We were going to sit tomorrow, but we no longer need the reserve time for the council team. The representative of the Runanga is down with COVID. Fortunately, Mr. McCarrison is able to reschedule, so we will not sit tomorrow. We will resume the hearing on Monday, the 23rd of May at 9 a.m. Thank you for the council team, those who are left standing. Much appreciated, and we'll see what we can see when the submitters provide their input.